Order! Order! We start with presentation of the bill. Secretary Jonathan Reynolds. Wait to move. Okay.
Steel Industry Special Measures Bill.
Second reading what day?
Today.
Today. We now come to motion number 1 on the Steel Industry Special Measures Bill of the House. I call the Minister to move. The Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I beg to move the motion standing in my name, and I don't intend to detain the House for long as we've got an important debate to follow. But can I put on record my thanks to you, Mr Speaker, for agreeing to recall Parliament today. As ever, you've been incredibly accommodating and understanding. You recognise the scale and urgency of what we need to do today. And I know these are very important matters to you personally and to the House as a whole. Can I also thank the House staff, Mr Speaker, who responded quickly and professionally to facilitate this extraordinary meeting of the House, and to all those colleagues who are here at such short notice today. We meet in these special circumstances because the Government needs to act decisively, at pace and with urgency to ensure that the steelworks blast furnaces of British Steel are maintained and kept going, saving thousands of jobs and securing our domestic production of virgin steel. The Secretary of State will shortly set out the powers he needs to do this through the Steel Industry Special Measures Bill published online this morning. If the House agrees to this business motion, the arrangements for today provide for second reading, committee report stage and third reading to be considered by this House until 2 p.m. The House will then wait to consider any messages from the Lords today before adjourning again until Tuesday the 22nd of April. I also send our thanks to members and staff in the House of Lords for recalling today. Members may be aware that the Lords sits from 12 p.m. for a take-note debate on the Government's proposals before it is also expected to consider all stages of the bill today. Mr Speaker, I hope that all members can work constructively together on the passage of this bill, and I'm very grateful to you for facilitating this important request. I hope members will agree this motion, and I commend it to the House.
The question is as on the order paper. Acting Leader of the House, Alex Burker.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I associate my remarks, this side of the House with the remarks that the Right Honourable Lady has made about staff coming in today. We're incredibly grateful to them. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot about urgency today, Mr Speaker, moving at pace and the rest of it, but the truth is that the Government has made a total pig's breakfast has made a total pig's breakfast of this whole arrangement. The fact of the matter is, anyone who has been paying any attention to this story over the past few months has known this was coming down the track. The House was sitting.
We've come back, it's Saturday. It doesn't mean it's Cracker Jack Day. We're going to listen. Come on, then, let's go.
The House was sitting on Monday and on Tuesday, and on those days, my honourable friend from Brigg and Immingham raised just these issues. The fact of the matter is the Government, as ever, when negotiating, makes bad deals for Britain, and it is making a bad deal. It is a huge discourtesy to the House that we have only seen this bill for 90 minutes before the rise, before we have come to sit. Far-reaching powers are being given to the Government, far-reaching powers not seen in legislation really in the past 40 years, Mr Speaker. I very much hope that the Government will apologise for the way in which it has done things, for the way in which it has taken its eye off the ball yet again, and the way in which it has negotiated badly for the British people. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is as on the order paper. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Shh. The clerk will now proceed to read the order for the second reading of the bill pursuant to the order agreed by the House.
Steel Industry Special Measures Bill, second reading. Now.
I remind members that under the order of the House of today, notices of amendments and new clauses to be moved in committee of the whole House may be accepted in person by the clerks of the... This is very serious. In committee of the whole House and may be accepted in person by the clerks at the table in the chamber before the bill has been read a second time. The deadline for amendments to be tabled in this way is 12 noon. Any amendments to be tabled to the bill will be treated as manuscript amendments, which means that only those amendments tabled before 12 noon and selected by the chairman for debate at committee stage will be distributed and published. I call Secretary of State Jonathan Reynolds to move the second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, we meet under exceptional circumstances to take exceptional action in what are exceptional times. Our request to recall Parliament was not one we have made lightly, and I am grateful, genuinely grateful, to honourable members on all sides of this House for their cooperation and for being here today as we seek to pass emergency legislation that is unequivocally in our national interest. I would also like to particularly thank the staff here in Parliament for facilitating today. I would like to thank the Prime Minister, the Chancellor and the Home Secretary for their support. Indeed, the only reason we can take this action today is because of the restoration of economic stability and the dedicated resources for steel in the last budget. I would like to recognise my honourable friend for Scunthorpe and the honourable member for Brigg and Immingham and for all my honourable friends from Teesside for their advocacy and engagement on behalf of their constituents throughout this matter. As honourable members will know, since taking office, this government has been negotiating in good faith with British Steel's owners, Xingye. We have worked tirelessly to find a way forward, making a generous offer of support to British Steel that included sensible, common-sense conditions to protect the workforce, to protect taxpayers' money, and create a commercially viable company for the future. Despite our offer to Xingye being substantial, they wanted much more, frankly, an excessive amount. We did, however, remain committed to negotiation. But over the last few days, it became clear that the intention of Xingye was to refuse to purchase sufficient raw materials to keep the blast furnaces running. In fact, their intention was to cancel and refuse to pay for existing orders. The company would therefore have irrevocably and unilaterally closed down primary steelmaking at British Steel. Now, I want to make absolutely clear that separate to any conversation about a possible deal to co-invest in new facilities, the British government offered to purchase raw materials in a way that would have ensured no losses whatsoever for Xingye in maintaining the blast furnaces for a period of time. A counter-offer was instead made by Xingye for us to transfer hundreds of millions of pounds to them without any conditions to stop that money and potentially other assets being immediately transferred to China. They also refused a condition to keep the blast furnaces maintained and in good working order. Now, even if I had agreed to these terms, I could not guarantee that further requests for money would not then be made. In this situation, with the clock being run down, doing nothing was not an option. We could not, will not, and never will stand idly by while heat seeps from the UK's remaining blast furnaces without any planning, any due process, or any respect for the consequences. And that is why I needed colleagues here today. And I'll give way to the member for Brigg and Immingham, or I think the honourable member. Thank you.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. It begins to sound, from what he has described, as though Jingye are trying to manoeuvre the government actually into a recompensed nationalisation. Will he make plain that in the event they try and manoeuvre us into a nationalisation, we'll pay not more than a penny for it?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. To be clear, we would always, in a situation where the state transfers a change of ownership to it, pay the fair market value for those assets. Now, in this case, the market value is effectively zero, so I take his point entirely. I would say the intention of Jingye has not been to engineer that situation. Their intention has been to keep the downstream mills, which colleagues will know are fundamental to our construction steel industry, and supply them from China rather than from Scunthorpe. And that would be a particular situation. I'll give way to the honourable member.
The Secretary of State for giving way. Is it now the view of the government that primary steel production within the United Kingdom is an overriding national security issue?
Well, no, I think we've had this exchange on the dispatch box before. I believe that capacity is an important one. The steel strategy looks at new ways of doing that, not just protecting the past, but what the future might be, particularly DRI, a technology I think is of significant potential interest to us in future. But I do think the particular situation here, with the last remaining blast furnaces and the proposition put towards us, meant this is an exceptional and unique situation that I do need all colleagues to recognise. The legislation ahead of us today is therefore a proportionate and a necessary step. It allows us to take control of British Steel's blast furnaces, maintaining steel production and, by extension, protecting the company's 3,500 strong workforce. Now, the bill does not transfer ownership to the government. We'll have to deal with this matter at a later date. I took the decision, Mr. Speaker, that given the exceptional nature of a recall, it would be better to limit the powers in this bill, which are still significant, rather than introduce more complex matters of property rights and public ownership at this time. I'll give way to the point.
Really grateful to him for giving way. He is taking extremely extensive powers for the government, applying to what he describes in the bill as specified assets. That is not, as far as I can see, limited to blast furnaces or indeed to assets required for the making of virgin steel. But at the same time, would he accept that what he is doing is leaving two hands on the tiller in the operation of all of these steel-making companies to which the bill may apply? In other words, he is saying the government can direct a company in relation to specified assets, but it can do other things of its own initiative. Would he recognise he's creating some considerable legal complexity here in terms of the operation of these companies going forward? And why is that the right approach?
I'm extremely grateful to him for his thoughtful question. The fundamental purpose of this bill is allow me as Secretary of State and this government to take control of this situation. Now, the reason it is the Steel Industry Special Measures Bill and not specific to British Steel, as he will know, that would create a hybrid bill, that would be a far more complex procedure, and with the clock being run down, that was not an available option. The powers in the bill broadly replicate the situation if the Civil Contingency Act had been triggered. But rather than seek to trigger that, to meet that threshold, I'm seeking parliamentary permission to do so, the consent of this House and the other place, which I think is a better way forward. I will make clear to him and to the House, I want this to be a temporary position. I do not want these powers any minute longer than is necessary. But I do need these powers to rectify and save this situation. I'll give way to the honourable member.
I'm most grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. Given that the Secretary of State has inferred that actually the owners, Jingye, are not acting and have not acted in good faith, surely the right thing to do is to seize this great opportunity now, this weekend, and nationalise British Steel.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear that a transfer of ownership to the state remains on the table. And it may well, at this stage, given the behaviour of the company, be the likely option. But also, our aspirations for British Steel remain a co-investment agreement with a private sector partner to secure that long-term transformation. The action I seek to take today is not a magic wand or a panacea. The state cannot fund the long-term transformation of British Steel itself, nor would it want to do so. But a failure to act today would prevent any more desirable outcome from even being considered. And that is, again, why we must act today. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I applaud my right honourable friend. Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, it is a Saturday, forgive me, I very rarely. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I applaud my honourable friend for his decisive action in this matter. The bill, I've only had a chance to read it for 10 minutes, talks about compensation. That is not a criticism, Mr Speaker, it is the natural procedures of this House. It couldn't be laid, of course, until first reading. But it talks about compensation, and I hear his point made that he's not planning to take over and run this, and that's not the desirable option. But has he done some sort of impact assessment on the potential range of costs to the taxpayer in these circumstances?
Grateful to her. I think she referenced what is Clause 9 or perhaps 10 of the bill, the compensation clause. Now, again, let me be clear. This is a clause that we would put in to any bill. We are not Russia. We do not sequester assets. This language, this clause, this legal definition is something we would use in most standard procedures. But going back to the question from the honourable member opposite, the effective market value of this company is zero. So there's no inconsistency between those 2 points. I think my honourable friend was coming in, then I'll make some comments.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What is happening today is something that mining communities like Swadlincote in my constituency of South Derbyshire will be feeling deeply in their soul, because this is something they could have only have dreamt of back in the 1980s, when they wanted a government that had their backs and prioritised the national interest, and instead they had a Conservative government that sold them down the river. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that this is a pivotal moment in our history where it's a Labour government prioritising our people and the national interest?
I'm grateful for that question. This is a significant moment. This is a significant moment because how a country handles economic transitions, it's not about nostalgia for the past. You have to embrace the future, but how you help your people, your industry, your nation get to that point is key. And I come from those similar places. We have not managed these transitions particularly well in the past. And the prospect this weekend of us meeting to discuss the potential loss of thousands of jobs, this is what was on the line. The fact that we do not accept that and will do things differently, I think, is a welcome change. I'll give way to the honourable member.
I'm grateful for the Minister giving way. We will scrutinise this bill today, but we want to do that in a very constructive fashion. But does he agree with me, given the huge damage that President Trump's tariffs have done to the British steel industry, accelerating this crisis, that any member of this House who actually campaigned for President Trump's election and cheered him on has behaved shamefully, unpatriotically, and should apologise to British steelworkers?
Extremely grateful to the honourable member and the presence of his party here today. He'll not draw me on the other principal issue we've been dealing with at the Department of Business and Trade the last few days. But to be clear, the issues around British steel are more than the imposition of tariffs. The tariffs are not welcome. I don't think there's a justification for those tariffs to be put in place. And I do believe it is in our interests, of course, but also the US's interests, to agree a position with us that removes those tariffs to the interests of steelworkers. I'll give way to the honourable member.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, and I fully understand the nature of what he's bringing forward, and I also understand some of the requirement for speed in his case particularly, but we can argue about whether this should have been done before. But my intervention really is, having quickly looked through the bill, I don't see a sunset clause in here. Yeah. And the reason why I ask that is not because I have to set a particular date, and the government should. It brings the government back here to debate whether they should extend that process, and puts therefore a reasonable limit on government activity without debate. So I wonder if you could explain why there is no sunset clause in this bill.
Absolutely understand and welcome the question from the honourable gentleman. I make clear I don't want these powers a minute more than is necessary. I cannot say at the minute, when we drafted this bill, the time frame that they were required for, but I will endeavour and commit at the dispatch box to keep the House updated. Perhaps I may ask the Select Committee for their involvement around that in order to make clear how long we believe. And just to be absolutely specific, where we make an order in relation to control of a steel undertaking, once that control has been established and it's no longer required, we can revoke those regulations as well. Mr. Speaker, I know there's huge interest. If I could just make a little more progress and then some of these matters may be dealt with. Mr. Speaker, this is what it means, as colleagues have said, to be a government unashamedly on the side of working people, and one that will not ever hesitate to take action to protect this nation's assets and this nation's economic security. Now, I understand that some have asked about precedent or referenced other troubled industrial situations. And to be clear, again, this is an exceptional situation, a unique situation. And the question for all members is whether we as a country want to continue to possess a steel industry. Do we want to make the construction steel and rail we need here in the UK, or do we want to be dependent on overseas imports? As a government, we are not passive in any way about the future of British industry. Now, give way to Leader of the SNP.
State for giving way. He's made reference to unique and exceptional and energy transitions, thousands of jobs. In the Scottish context, many minds right now will be very much focused on the situation in Grangemouth, where we know that hundreds of jobs are going to be lost directly, thousands of jobs in the supply chain. Now, were I, or perhaps even the local member for Alloa and Grangemouth, to bring forward a similar bill in respect of Scotland's only oil refinery, to save it, to give him the executive power to do as he pleases, as he is doing with British Steel, would the Labour Party back it in the same way as it is backing this bill today?
Well, I'm pleased for the chance, Mr. Speaker, to address this particular issue. The importance of Grangemouth is why this Labour government has pledged £200 million to secure its long-term future. And it is an important asset. It is not the only remaining. It's one of 3 crackers in the United Kingdom. That's important. But specifically, it is not a comparable situation. And the behaviour of the company is not comparable to the situation in this case. I also want to say to him, and indeed to all members, this is why we fought and fought and fought again to secure the future of British shipbuilding by saving all 4 of the Harland and Wolff sites in England, Scotland and Northern Ireland. He will know the commercial interest was not in the Scottish yards, but we held them together precisely because of that commitment to Scotland and to the Union. It's also why, within weeks of taking office, we secured a better deal for the workers at Port Talbot. So we have repeatedly acted, and we will continue to do so no matter how hard the circumstances. I give way to the honourable member.
Well, friend, does he agree with me that the failure of the Tories and the SNP to develop an industrial strategy for Scotland meant that they had no plan for Grangemouth? They knew for over a decade about the problems at the refinery and did nothing. Does he agree with me that as soon as Labour came into power, we got to work and delivered support for the site, the workforce and the local community?
Well, I endorse those comments entirely. I don't believe there is a history of the SNP calling for nationalisation of Grangemouth. They were as ever on the bandwagon. I think we would all recognise they don't campaign on their record in running Scotland, they campaign on grievance. And he is absolutely right that the contrast is a Labour government in this place that is on the side of working people everywhere. One more.
The Secretary of State mentioned Port Talbot, and in appreciating the unprecedented circumstances we find ourselves in today, when the Government has very rightly moved quickly to safeguard primary steelmaking, the Secretary of State will be very mindful of the extraordinarily difficult circumstances the steel industry in South Wales has faced. In appreciating the £80 million fund available, can the Secretary of State make sure also that South Wales and Lamwyn benefits from its share of the £2.5 billion Clean Steel Fund? Can that be at the forefront of his mind also?
Speaker, I'm incredibly pleased for the chance to answer this point that has been raised. So the Port Talbot deal was originally negotiated by the previous government. I did try to reopen that. I went to see Chandra in Davos. I flew to Mumbai to talk to him about it. I kept, to be frank, Port Talbot open on polling day because it would have closed because of industrial action that almost took place. The present government were absolutely nowhere to be seen even before the result of the election was in. We were not able to reopen the deal, but we did negotiate a better deal. And just to be clear, as a result of that, Port Talbot is in a stronger position than British Steel because it has that long-term future in place, because we improved the deal that she botched at that time. And to be clear, the £2.5 billion Green Steel Fund the Chancellor has put in place is in addition to the £500 million already going to Port Talbot. That's an incredibly important point. Give one more intervention, honourable friend.
for giving way, and I thank him for acting in the national interest, which is completely the opposite when the member for Clapton said he was against intervening to save British Steel 2 years ago. Does the Secretary of State think he said that in the British interest or in the foreign interest the Reform Party seek to serve?
Well, I believe that is on the record. I'm hoping perhaps to convince all colleagues today to support this action in the national interest. OK, I've been waiting one time.
When the blast furnaces in Port Talbot closed down in September last year, his government could have taken exactly the same legislative action as they are choosing to do today. We will be endeavouring to amend this bill to include England and Wales, because there is still the opportunity here for his government to make a real difference to the community of Port Talbot and the 2,800 jobs that have been lost there.
No one to embarrass the honourable member, but the blast furnaces have already closed at Port Talbot. They are not available to be saved. That situation has moved on. And indeed, let me stress again, Port Talbot is in a stronger position because it has that long-term future in place and additional investments potentially there through that Green Steel Fund. But, Mr. Speaker, I think I must progress. I can see your indication to do so. Mr. Speaker, I'll give one more intervention to him.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way and the considered way he's looking after the national interest. The steel unions, the GMB, Community and Unite, they'd like clarification that any board set up that they will have steel workers at the heart who have kept this going through thick and thin.
Remain in close engagement with all of the unions who clearly have been closely monitoring the situation. Again, I reiterate, this is not in itself a change of ownership through this bill. It's a change of control to rectify the situation, but I'll certainly have regard for the comments she has made and the role of the workforce, of course, at all stages. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to steel, we will never accept the argument that steelmaking is a sunset industry. Steel is vital to every bit of the modern economy. Domestic demand for steel is only set to go up, not down. In the last few weeks alone, we've seen Heathrow Airport announce multi-billion-pound expansion plans requiring 400,000 tonnes of new steel. We've seen Universal Studios confirm they'll be building Europe's biggest theme park, and where possible, they'll use UK-made steel to do it. This government is backing the builders, not the blockers, and because of that action we take today, we have the chance to feed that boom with steel made in Britain. Mr. Speaker, the legislation we're setting out today will also help end the uncertainty that has been hanging over British Steel's Scunthorpe site for too long. And I welcome the opposition's support today for this recall. But this issue should have been resolved years ago. I also believe they may now view it as a mistake to have given this essential national asset to this company. But I have to address, and I do this as a matter of genuine regret, the statement I saw made by the Leader of the Opposition yesterday. Because she claimed that, while she did my job, she negotiated a modernisation plan with British Steel to build an electric arc furnace at Teesside, followed by one at Scunthorpe. Mr. Speaker, I wish to make unequivocally clear to the House the new government inherited no such deal. We could not renege on that deal because it did not exist. On day one, I was told there had been a lack of progress on this matter to date. So if such a deal was negotiated, somehow in secret, I would ask the Leader of the Opposition to say how much money she agreed to give Xingye for this deal, what were the conditions placed upon it, and to state the obvious, building 2 electric arc furnaces in 2 different locations would be more expensive than building one in one location. And given Xingye's request to build 2 furnaces in Scunthorpe was for £1.2 billion in taxpayer support, what...
Point of order. Come in, Ben.
Mr. Speaker, I would like advice on how to counter the points which the Secretary of State is making, given that they are factually incorrect, and they're factually incorrect and a complete misrepresentation of the situation that he inherited.
It's just been clarified by her good self. I can say I can't make the Secretary of State give way when you want to come to dispatch spots. but I'm sure if he notices again, he may wish to. Secretary.
Speaker, this is an excellent chance to clarify this, because if the Leader of the Opposition agreed a deal with Xingye to cause massive job losses in Scunthorpe, transfer the jobs to a completely different place at higher cost than the request the company made to us, I think she should be able to tell us, and I'm more than happy for her to give
Mr. Speaker, Labour cannot negotiate. We were negotiating a modernisation deal that would have had limited job losses, just like we had in Port Talbot. They inherited a functioning commercial deal in Port Talbot. The same was going to happen with British Steel had we not had a snap election. What he is doing now, Mr. Speaker, is the union-pushed deal. They brought that deal to me, Mr. Speaker. I said no, he said yes.
Mr. Speaker, this is genuinely revelatory. I say again, if Xingye's request was for £1.2 billion to build at lesser cost in one place, what was the sum of money agreed by the Leader of the Opposition when she was Business Secretary to build in two places? Give it, because it certainly wasn't in the accounts at the Chancellor. I will give that. How much money was agreed to Xingye to close the jobs in Scunthorpe? Mr. Speaker.
When you are negotiating, you do not have... They're cheering and laughing because they love this. They think that the public taking on billions of pounds of liabilities is fantastic. We had not finished the negotiation, so there was no amount. But it would have succeeded better than the terrible plan that he's got now.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe our friends in the press will follow that up and find out exactly how much money the Leader of the Opposition secretly promised to Xingye to transfer those jobs out of Scotland. I think it might be wise, honourable members, on all counts, for that statement to be withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, the situation we inherited across the board on assuming office is one where most of our foundation industries were in some substantial difficulty. Since 2010, UK crude steel production has almost halved, and we know that rebuilding our steel industry after years of neglect will be a challenge. But it is one this government has grasped. Whether it is last intervention.
Grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Both he and I were in this House in 2015 when the party opposite sat on its hands and kissed goodbye to the Redcar blast furnace, and with it the state-of-the-art coke ovens that could have resolved this situation today. But before he sits down, could he say something about the Xingye activities at Lackenby and at Skinnygrove and how they will be impacted by his announcement today?
I'm really grateful he's been able to put that point on the record for his community and to avoid the kind of situation we've seen in lots of industrial communities, to be frank, over the years. This is why we take this action today in the national interest, to provide that bridge, that possibility to the future. And specifically, in relation to the downstream mills, I mean, look, even if we were willing to accept a situation where they were supplied from a foreign country, in this case, the confidence of consumers, of businesses around that would surely be put at risk, and it would bring into question the entirety of British Steel's workforce and business, and a huge part of our strategic assets. And that is, again, why this decisive action today is necessary. I'm going to continue, Mr. Speaker. I'm conscious of the speakers. OK, I'll give way to them.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. He said that steel production is strategically important, and I agree with him. He said we should be avoiding having to be reliant on imports, and I agree with him. But his government blocked production of the raw material metallurgic coal mine in the northwest. So will he now be going back to his colleagues in government and the company to encourage them to reapply so we can have security not just of steel making but of the raw materials that need to be
She'll know the company themselves brought into question whether that coal was the right grade for blast furnace supplies. And I remember the debate, several debates in this place about that. I should also make clear, and I think honourable members understand this, we're talking about two blast furnaces that date from the 1930s and the 1950s. We've got to be looking to the future as well, to new technology, to new investments, and that is crucially why having the dedicated resources this government has put in to steel is why we've got the chance to look with optimism to the future. Our steel industry in the UK is an outlier in the sense that it is a much smaller proportion of our overall economy than you'd find in any comparable major economy. So, of course, there is potential there, but we should look to the future, and I'd be more than willing to work with her as a local MP to do so. Mr. Speaker, one last time, then I will go.
Secretary of State for giving way. Will he, once he's got the powers in this bill, I really would urge him to use them decisively and swiftly. But then we need to look to the future, as he said. Once we've secured Scunthorpe's future, we need to discuss what happens next, and that's clean energy and investing in that global clean energy, which the UK really could succeed. But will he agree with me that the people of Scunthorpe have upheld their end of the bargain for decades, and now it's time that we in this House make sure that we honour our end too?
I think honourable members put that extremely well, if I may say. The people who have held the backbone of construction steel in the UK for decades deserve better treatment than they would have had if Parliament was not recalled today to take this action, and I believe we should all bear that in mind. Mr. Speaker, whether it is at Port Talbot, whether it is via our upcoming steel strategy, whether it's via our work to improve public procurement, or in the introduction of our industrial strategy to tackle the most thorny issues of industrial competitiveness. Where others have shied away, this government has stepped up. Let me conclude by saying, Mr. Speaker, steel is fundamental to Britain's industrial strength, to our security, and to our identity as a primary global power. Today's legislation will help ensure that we can retain that steel-making capability here in the UK, both now and for years to come. For British workers' security, for British industry's future, and without hesitation, in our national interest, and for the workers of British Steel, and for their families, this action today is essential, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is the bill will now be read a second time. Shows Secretary of State Andrew Griffiths.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for taking the time to brief me last night ahead of today's sittings and for sight of today's statement. Mr. Speaker, to fail to prepare is to prepare to fail. What a way to proceed. Only the sixth occasion since the end of the Second World War, recalling Parliament to debate a bill published only 90 minutes ago. This would be conduct unbecoming of a parish council. Our country, our economy, this Parliament all deserve better. And it's why the amendment in my name at least puts a sunset on today's bill, and I hope the government will accept that. Mr. Speaker, today is not a failure by the steel workers of Scunthorpe and elsewhere, their families or the community. They've toiled for generations to ensure we have the primary steel we need for our structures, our safety and our security. This is a failure on the government's watch. Let's be crystal clear what today means. We are entering a tunnel with only one exit. This is a botched nationalisation plan, revealing the government has no plan. In government, we acted to secure Port Talbot and were negotiating a plan, including British Steel's preferred option of an electric arc furnace in Teesside. That would have limited job losses and kept Scunthorpe running in transition. Once again, when Labour negotiates, Britain loses. The Chagos Islands, US tariffs, the train drivers, and now this latest crisis. Mr. Speaker, a bad toolmaker blames his tools. But this time, they've only themselves to blame. I'll give way.
I think the Shadow Minister...
Right. Sorry, Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. But doesn't he not accept that in the years between 2010 and 2023, steel production in this country fell by 50%, 42–50%. Does that not actually underline the lack of strategy under the last government?
Mr. Speaker, I'll talk about the difficulties facing steel around the world. But let's just be clear. Let's just be clear, Mr. Speaker. let's be clear what is happening today. And, Mr. Speaker, the British people must not have lost their winter fuel allowance and their disability benefits in order that China can walk away from its liabilities, leaving British taxpayers picking up the bills. Mr. Speaker, steel needs energy, and energy needs steel. No one denies that steelmaking has been difficult for some time, but Scunthorpe is the victim of a dishonesty that pretends it is better for the environment to ship coke halfway around the planet than from down the road, and an energy policy that has driven costs higher than any competing nation. No one is more responsible for this than the Energy Secretary and the Prime Minister who appointed him. Millions of other businesses. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend.
Graham Stewart, those who keep intervening will go down the list, just to remind, so everybody gets a fair chance. Graham Stewart.
I assume that applies after the warning, Mr. Speaker.
I'm Johnny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a government which is shipping coking coal, I believe, just off the coast of Lincolnshire today, from Japan, when it was perfectly possible to have the greenest production of coking coal in the world, in Cumbria, with thousands of jobs. And isn't it a disgrace that this government turns its back on jobs in Cumbria and indeed in the North Sea, because it puts ideology ahead of practicality and even ahead of the environment?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right, and sad to say, Scunthorpe is the victim of exactly that policy, putting ideology before the interests of British interests. Mr. Speaker, now we'll make some progress. Millions of other businesses are also struggling with their energy bills. It's why the Chancellor's tax choices have been so devastating. Steel may be the first domino to topple, but glass, chemicals, cars and concrete are other industries at risk. Does the Prime Minister envisage a whole series of Saturday sittings, or will he change course today and cut energy costs now, not in 10 years' time when it's too late?
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. We are hearing about the efforts of the previous government to save British steel, and we have found somewhat a confusing account about the deal that the now Shadow Leader of the opposition has negotiated. If such a deal existed, can we perhaps see a record of any of that?
Well, I think my colleague, the Right Honourable Member for Saffron Walden, has been extremely clear that the deal was being negotiated. And the point about a deal being negotiated is that that deal will be concluded after the election. Mr. Speaker, let's make some progress. Mr. Speaker, it didn't need to be this way. The Honourable Member for Brigham-Ingham has been warning of a growing threat since last September. The Mayor of Teesside has been asking the government to present their plan for steel for months. Rob Waltham, the leader of North Lincolnshire Council, has done all he can to support steel making in Scunthorpe. And on the 4th of April, Ed Conway of Sky News showed the world that we were just days away from the risk of furnaces shutting down. But the government didn't listen and they didn't act. It's been almost 10 days since Parliament debated a substantive piece of government business. Rather than this rushed minute-to-midnight bill, we could have used that time for proper debate, a proper process and proper scrutiny. It's indefensible incompetence. Despite years to prepare, it's clear they came into office with no plan. There is no steel strategy. There is no industrial strategy, there is no export strategy, and now we have this botched nationalisation. The Secretary of State says his preference is to find a commercial partner. But let's be serious. Does the government think this is likely after attacking business with a 25 billion jobs tax and his bill to create the most hostile environment for employers since the 1970s? In case the Chancellor hasn't noticed, on her watch, all of the flow is investors leaving this country. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. I'm still a little confused as to what the deal was that the last government negotiated. And seeing as the leader couldn't answer it and you didn't respond, I just wondered if you could please just clarify that situation for the House.
Thank you. Well, I'm not surprised the Honourable Lady is a little confused. As I said, the government has failed to lay out its plan, and it's failed to afford this House the opportunity to debate their plans. And Mr. Speaker, everything we have heard this morning says the government hasn't really thought this through. Steelmaking is complex, intense, it's highly operational. Iron ore has to reach thousands of degrees to become molten iron. It's a dangerous process, and there is a serious risk to health. Yet in Birmingham, Labour struggled to collect the bins. From midnight, sit down. From midnight, the Chancellor will be standing behind the payroll, settling every bill with every supplier, even if they're in arrears. If these decisions no longer sit with the plant owner, where does the buck stop? Old Admiralty Building? The Treasury? Number 10. And how can other steel providers have any confidence in the impartiality of the government's steel strategy if the umpire is now on the pitch? What assessment has the government made of the impact of this bill on public finances? There is no impact assessment. The government's been talking to British Steel for 9 months. They've put at least £500 million of taxpayers' money on the table. Surely by now, he and his officials have a comprehensive understanding of the costs of the actions he is asking us to vote on. What disrespect to this House for the government to come along today to recall Parliament after 9 months in which they failed to land a deal and ask us for a blank cheque. This is no way to run a corner shop, let alone the country. Has anyone in government asked the ONS? If they sit down, they might learn something. Has anyone in government...
You'll sit down, actually. Can I just say, the member, it's his choice whether he gives way. Don't keep hanging around. I'm doing that.
Well, perhaps they'd like... I'll take an intervention if they want to answer this question, which is, has anyone in government asked the ONS whether, as a result of the powers that are being taken in this bill, British Steel will from today be classified as publicly owned, whether it's been formally nationalised or not? No answers. Mr. Speaker, the market knows. The market knows. He's a bit slow. Come on in.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. It's a very relevant question to ask, given he was Boris Johnson's business advisor when the Xinjiang deal was being negotiated. Can he tell us what advice he gave to Boris Johnson about whether to accept that deal?
Well, disappointingly, no answer to my question about the ONS and the important question of whether this asset sits on the government's balance sheet tonight or not. But perhaps in winding up, the Minister will provide an answer to that important question that affects the nation's finances. Mr. Speaker, the markets know, the world knows, and we know the Chancellor's headroom was inadequate from the very moment she sat down about her last emergency budget. Only this week, the Bank of England took the unprecedented step of cancelling the planned sale of government bonds. Today's botched nationalisation will further unsettle international markets. So can the government tell us when the Chancellor will be presenting her next emergency budget and what plans she has to update the markets? So there we are, Mr. Speaker. A disrespect of this House. The government has treated Parliament with disdain. 9 months of dither and delay. A botched nationalisation of steelmaking with the British taxpayer on the hook. It's crystal clear. When Labour negotiates, Britain loses. This is not a serious government. It's a government shaped by events, not one in control of them. It's a government by sulky teenager, not sharing their plans, not answering the question, and when it goes wrong, it's everyone's fault but theirs.
The Select Committee.
Are you voting against it? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if you'll forgive me for returning the debate to the bill in front of us today. Because this bill is about saving British steel. That's what this debate should be focused on today, and I want to commend the Secretary of State for bringing forward the powers to achieve that goal. The Secretary of State has today acted with decisiveness, with speed and with certainty. I want to thank him for the bill that he's presented today. I think he has acted in the national interest. He's acted to safeguard our economic security, and I'm delighted that he has acted in line with the advice of the Select Committee tabled with him 10 days ago. As we know, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't always happen. So we urged the Secretary of State to maximise pressure on British Steel's owners, not to do what was easy, but to do what was right. And today the Secretary of State has returned to the House with a bill asking for the powers to do exactly that. Mr. Speaker, this legislation matters not simply because it protects 3,700 jobs in Scunthorpe, not simply because it protects 37,000 jobs in the steel supply chain across our nation, not simply because it safeguards nearly £2 billion worth of economic output. This bill matters today because it defends our economy, it defends our security, and therefore it defends our future. At the heart of this debate, Mr. Speaker, the heart of this debate is actually a very simple question. Can we entrust a critical national asset to a company that we do not trust? I say no. We cannot, we must not, and we dare not. We are presented with a very simple challenge. In British Steel's owners, we have a company in possession of an asset that we need, yet it is a partner that we do not trust. In a world where threats to our economic security multiply each day, we cannot allow that risk to fester at the heart of our industrial core. I give way.
Very much. I thank the honourable member for giving way, and I wonder if he would agree with me that there is a wider issue at stake with all of our energy security and national security. We've seen what could go wrong with a company that we do not trust, which is Chinese, and we see the Chinese influence in other vital sectors, particularly our energy industry, increasing. Should this not underline our concern and act as a warning that we do not want the Chinese to have control of our energy supply?
To answer in this House a very basic question, which is, if we cannot trust a company, can we entrust a capability that we need to it when it is so vital to our strength? It's one of the reasons that our committee has set up a new subcommittee on economic security. We will be reporting back to the House on the state of economic security in our country before the summer recess, and I look forward to her comments on that report. But the general point, Mr. Speaker, that I want to land is this. What we value most cannot be entrusted to those we distrust most. The timing of this bill today is critical. We live in an age of intensifying insecurity. President Putin's violence is unabated. China's military build-up is unabated. And now President Trump threatens to upend the free trading system. In such a world, to surrender our ability to make primary steel would not be a misfortune, it would be negligence. I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he will know on the committee we've spoken to defence companies about how necessary it is to not rely on imports at a time like this. So does he agree with me that national resilience and defence rely on an industrial security?
Honourable friend is absolutely right. And what we need to remember in this debate today is that
95% of our rail infrastructure is made by British Steel. British Steel supplies 3/4 of every major construction project in this country. We're about to invest, thanks to the Chancellor, £10 billion in the rearmament of this country. Much of what we need to put in place in the future will be made by British Steel. How can we afford to let British Steel go out of business today? How can we vote against the bill which is on the table in front of us today? British Steel is not simply a pillar of British industry, it is a cornerstone of our economic security. I give way to the honourable member.
To the right honourable gentleman for giving way. Would he agree with me that this argument, as a card-carrying advocate of industrial strategy, it applies also to some of our key other high-growth sectors, in fusion, in quantum, in space? We have got to accept that the days of easy globalisation are over and be a bit more strategic about how we support our emerging industries.
Mr. Speaker, you know that I could answer that question all day, and you will rule me out of order, and I'm going to confine my remarks to the bill that is on the table in front of us. But I agree with the honourable gentleman. He is absolutely right, and that is why we have got to work harder across this House to build a consensus about the big calls that we need to get right for our future. Right now, British Steel, I will in a moment, British Steel faces significant headwinds. Not just Chinese steelmakers flooding the market, but the new 25% tariff that we have from the United States. And we've got to now rise to the challenge of decarbonisation. And yet, in this House, we have got to keep our eyes on the prize ahead of us. The Chancellor has just committed £100 billion worth of capital investment. We are building affordable homes at a pace not seen in decades. We are investing £10 billion in defence. There is a market to seize, but only if we have the means to supply it. British Steel cannot profit from Britain's future if Chinese firms are allowed to kill it today. Give way to the honourable member.
I thank the member for giving way, and I agree with him that we need a steel industry in Britain, and I agree with him that we need to invest in it. Does he not think that today we could be going a bit further, and instead of this temporary measure, actually taking the whole steel industry into public ownership, so it can be what it has always been, the bedrock of manufacturing industry in Britain, and give us security for the future, free from market forces?
Well, the right honourable gentleman may well be right, but this is the second key point that I wanted to just land, Mr. Speaker, because the truth is, Jingyi is a mess. The reality is this company has failed to publish accounts since 2021. 2 auditors have resigned. One cited material concerns about its ability to remain a going concern. Inventories can't be verified. Cash flow statements are missing. The company is not acting in good faith, and that is why the Secretary of State is right to take the powers that he's asking for today. I will in a moment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is clear that the escalating trade war between China and the United States now created the imperative to act today. It is clear that Zhengyi was about to move primary steelmaking capability from Scunthorpe back to China and merely use the downstream mills in Scunthorpe. That may have been good for China's economic security, but it is not good for Britain's national security, and that is why we need to give the Secretary of State the powers that he is asking for today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the options on the table are very simple. The Secretary of State could do nothing, and they would watch the furnaces close. They could hope, but hope is not a strategy. Or they could act, as they have done today. They have acted with strength, decision, for the long-term interest in our country, and this House should give the Secretary of State its full and unabated support.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recalling Parliament today is absolutely the right thing to do. But to be frank, it is extraordinary that we find ourselves in a situation where our sovereign steel industry is in such peril as a result of the Conservatives' failings, and where the Labour government is now trying to give itself unprecedented powers. Thinking back, it is quite astounding that even after British Steel was sold for £1, even after British Steel entered insolvency, even after the government's insolvency service temporarily ran the firm, the Conservatives pressed ahead to to erect more trade barriers through their botched Brexit deal. They scrapped the Industrial Strategy Council and allowed the sale of the steel plant to a Chinese firm, which now, according to ministers, is refusing to negotiate in good faith to at least keep the plant going. The Conservatives were asleep at the wheel. They failed to tackle energy costs, they failed to tackle business rates, and now Trump's tariffs and his contagious protectionism is now the straw that has broken the camel's back. I will.
Good on Lib Dems, thank you. Would the Honourable Lady also agree with me in 2015 they were in government when the steelworks in Redcar closed and thousands of people lost jobs?
As he will know, the three things that I just outlined, British Steel being sold for £1, entering insolvency, and the government's insolvency service being temporarily running the firm, all happened in 2019. Mr. Speaker, with Putin's barbaric war in Europe and Donald Trump's disastrous tariffs causing economic turmoil around the world, we must secure the future of steel production here at home. We Liberal Democrats welcome the sense of seriousness and urgency shown by the government in recalling Parliament. We must work together to rescue our steel sector and the tens of thousands of jobs that rely on it, directly and indirectly. But under the terms of this bill, the Secretary of State is giving himself huge and unconstrained powers which could set a very dangerous precedent. I urge the Secretary of State, in the strongest possible terms, to make a simple commitment today that the powers that he is giving himself will be repealed as soon as possible, within 6 months at the latest, and if they are still required after that, whether he will come back to this House to ask for another vote if he wants to extend them.
Well, the honourable member for giving way, and as I've tried to articulate in my opening speech and second reading, I understand the gravity of it. I think also that puts some context to the demands for further powers to be included in this bill. I think the limitation, wide as they are, is the right measure, but I'll give her that absolute assurance and I'll seek to do exactly that.
I'm incredibly grateful to the Minister, for Secretary of State, for giving that assurance. And it is important for the very reasons that I will outline in terms of what the powers actually do. Clause 34A gives the Secretary of State the power to break into anywhere to seize assets. Clause 34C gives the Secretary of State the power to take whatever steps that he considers appropriate, not what a court or a reasonable person might consider to be appropriate, but what the Secretary of State considers to be appropriate to seize or secure the assets. Under the section on offences, Clause 4.3 makes it a crime for anyone not to follow the instructions of the Secretary of State or to refuse to assist the Secretary of State in taking those steps without a reasonable excuse. But a reasonable excuse is not defined in this bill, no examples are given, and quite frankly, it is very hard to work out what defence of a reasonable excuse might be accepted, given that under 34C, it is whatever the Secretary of State himself considers to be okay. In the section on indemnities, Mr. Speaker, Clause 6.1 appears to give the Secretary of State and potentially any other person who is with him, a police officer, a civil servant, border force, immunity from prosecution for using any of these wide-ranging powers. These powers are unprecedented and they are unconstrained, and I am grateful to the Secretary of State for saying that is precisely why he will intend to repeal these powers as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, more broadly, the government must now also bring forward plans to guarantee the future of this vital sector. We know the steel industry is surrounded by crippling uncertainty, and after decades of underinvestment and a shocking indifference to our sovereign economic security, the previous Conservative government has left our sovereign national capacity on steel diminished and endangered. Yet there is no chance that the UK demand for steel will disappear. How absurd, how irresponsible is this, that we have a sustainable and enduring long-term market for British steel, but that our supply could keel over in a matter of days because of the failures of that failed party. So looking ahead, Mr. Speaker, let us remember that saving Scunthorpe is necessary but not sufficient. There have been very significant discussions about the future ownership structure of this company, and given the very precarious fiscal position that the government finds itself in, it is important that all options on ownership are put on the table so that this House can take an informed decision about what it means for the public finances. So I hope that the Government will make a commitment that in the coming weeks they will bring forward a report which will set out options for future ownership of the plant. Looking ahead, Mr Speaker, there are many big questions that remain unanswered. Will the Government immediately designate UK-made steel a nationally strategic asset? Will the Government be using direct reduced iron? Will that form part of the UK's plans alongside protecting the production of virgin steel at Scunthorpe? When will the Government bring forward a comprehensive plan to ensure that more British steel is used in vital infrastructure projects from defence to renewable energy? Will ministers work shoulder to shoulder with our European and Commonwealth partners to tear down trade barriers, including negotiating a customs union by 2030? Will the Government develop initiatives to retrain and upskill workers across the country as we transition to greener methods of steel production? How does the Government intend to respond to calls from UK Steel, which is calling for the Government to achieve the lowest electricity prices in Europe, to achieve parity with competitors on network charges and for wholesale electricity market reform? This case should also raise concerns, Mr Speaker, about the role of Chinese corporate interests in the UK's national critical infrastructure. The decision by British Steel's Chinese owners to turn down the Government's offer of £500 million of support to support the future of the Scunthorpe plant has directly precipitated the current crisis. We must now be clear-eyed about the potential risks posed by Chinese involvement in our country's vital infrastructure. To that end, can the Minister tell the House when the Government's promised UK-China audit will be released, and as part of that articulate how the Government plans to strengthen protections for critical infrastructure? Can the Minister also assure the House that the Government has made an assessment of whether there is any risk that Xinye, on behalf of the Chinese Government, has deliberately sought to run down the plant and jeopardise the UK's capacity to produce steel? Mr Speaker, we are in a precarious position, and it is not as if the warnings weren't there. In 2022, the defence think tank RUSI said, "Domestically produced steel is used in defence applications, and offshoring the supply chain may have security implications. For example, in a scenario where multiple allied countries rearm simultaneously at a time of global supply disruption, such as during a major geopolitical confrontation." The fact that Xinye has now closed down the supply of raw materials is further evidence that it should never have been sold to them in the first place. And quite frankly, Mr Speaker, the fact that it is some Conservative MPs calling for a nationalisation really shows just how through the looking glass we really are. It is abundantly clear, isn't it, that as far as the Conservatives are concerned, on national security, they cut troop numbers by 10,000. On food security, they undermined our farmers with unforgivably bad trade deals. And on economic security, they have left our country with almost no sovereign steel capacity. The Conservatives left our island nation's security severely vulnerable, like flotsam in the sea, left passively bobbing up and down, or being bashed around by the tidal pools of international events. That's not correct. And as for the honourable members of the private limited company, Reform Limited, well, I think they have a bit of cheek to claim to support UK steelworkers whilst cheering on their pal President Trump, whose punishing trade war is putting those steelworkers' jobs at risk. Perhaps the company's directors who sit on these benches may want to come clean about whose side they are really on. Mr Speaker, times and again we have seen the failures of an ad hoc piecemeal approach to industry across all of our sectors, from the failure of our water companies to the shocking state of our national housing and the dismal situation facing our health service too. For too long there has been no stability for these industries, which are constantly fixed on a short-term basis, only to the point where they are practically held together by bits of string and tape and the dedicated workers who still remain. We Liberal Democrats stand ready to help constructively bring about an outcome that delivers real change.
That's a problem. Diane Abbott.
Mr Speaker, some of us today have been surprised to hear the opposition talk about a failure to prepare. The workers of Scunthorpe might say the opposition had 40 years to prepare and failed. British Steel's products are essential to industry, to this country's security, and to the delivery of major infrastructure programmes across the country, including in London. British Steel supplies Transport for London with the power rail London uses on the transport network, which is not currently manufactured anywhere else in the country. For railways like the Underground, power rail from British Steel is essential to the everyday operation of the service, which supports up to 4 million customer journeys each day. The closure of British Steel would have a very serious adverse effect on Transport for London services, as it would have a serious effect on projects up and down this country. So, above all, Transport for London believe in the importance of a UK-based supply chain for steel. Finally, everyone in this House understands that this bill is not about bringing steel into public ownership, whatever the opposition asserts. But some of us hope that moving on to nationalisation will not be ruled out. All of us on this side of the House believe in what works. But when it comes to privatisation, it certainly does not always work. The water industry comes to mind. Since privatisation, not a single reservoir has been built. Instead, billions have been poured into the pockets of shareholders. Now our waterways and rivers are floating with raw sewage, and it is the consumer that will have to pay exorbitant charges going forward for investment that should have been made all along. So this House supports the government in moving to save British Steel and to save the jobs of thousands and thousands of workers. And this House supports the government in moving so quickly and with such certainty to protect this country's interests, to protect its interests in relation to security, and also to work to save the community in Scunthorpe. Because one of the issues about deindustrialisation is the long-term effect on many communities up and down the country. So we all support what the government is doing.
Edward Lee.
I've just come off the phone talking to Tom Smith, the convener, trade union convener at the blast furnaces, on behalf of my many constituents who work in Scunthorpe next door. And my primary concern today is with the nearly 3,000 people who work in this plant. Let's be clear, we have been making the best quality steel in the world for 135 years in Lincolnshire, and we intend to go on doing it. We are not going to allow cheap, inferior Chinese steel to kill off our industry. The workers of Scunthorpe are breathing a sigh of relief. Now, we can be party political. I have to say, I thought the Chairman of the Business Committee made an excellent speech just now. He was positive. He talked in strategic terms. I don't know what the Liberal Democrat spokesman achieved by constantly attacking the Conservative Party in what is a very complex issue. Of course, we can be criticised because we sold this company to Jingay. Yes, I agree. But how many voices over there were speaking up at the time? And were they speaking up when Greg Clark, our business secretary, paid the wages of the Scunthorpe steel workers for many months? Were they speaking up when we saved Sheffield Forge Masters? This is a highly complex issue, and we should be working together. So I support this bill. Now, I know that we can be critical of the government. Perhaps we should have acted sooner. And my honourable friend has been raising this point. I was sitting beside him when he raised it at the end of March, and he called for nationalisation of this industry. But we've now got to work together to save our steel-making capacity. But this is a bit of a sticking plaster, we know that. It's quite dangerous. Quite extensive powers have been taken by government. There has to be a sunset clause. We are given unprecedented powers to government. We can criticise them for not acting sooner. But this is just a sticking plaster on a gaping wound. Let's be honest. Steel making in this country is under extreme stress. And why is that? Why are we loading the most expensive energy costs on our own steel production? Why are we paying, why is Scunthorpe paying almost twice as much in energy costs as in South Korea or in America? High energy prices make UK steel expensive to produce and uncompetitive versus our European counterparts. The average price paid by UK steelmakers for 24-25 was £66 a megawatt hour, compared to the German price of 50 and the French price of 43. We are making our own steel industry uncompetitive. We have to stop these green energy costs. We have to be realistic. I see that the Secretary of State for Net Zero has now left. But get real. You know, we can take it into public ownership now, but if we go on loading these costs in our industry, we will be coming back month after month, year after year. So, we will support this bill. We want a sunset clause. But we have to get real about China too. Was it not obvious for weeks, indeed for months, that this company, this so-called private company, there is no such thing as a private company in China. They're all under the cosh of the government, under an autocratic regime. What do they care about the steel workers in Scunthorpe? What do they care about our national interest? So never again, colleagues, must we allow a strategic industry like this to fall into the hands of the Chinese, the Russians, or anybody else. I'm going to give way. I'm going to finish in a moment. I've made my point. So, just try and... Oh, I'll give way to the Honourable Lady. Go on.
I am extremely grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. I would just like to ask him to clarify whether he was aware that the Chinese company that is now in possession of British Steel was actually sold it by a Conservative government of which he was a part.
Well, of course I'm aware, because I've just said it. I've just admitted that it was a mistake, but I've asked everybody here, what were they saying at the time? Of course, silence. Silence. It's easy to be wise after the event, but I'm worried about my steel workers. I'm worried about their future. I'm not worried. Of course, our former leader. Yes.
I just want to make sure. I want to make sure he puts the record straight. Some of us on this side warned the government then it was the wrong act.
Well done. Very well. Some of us apparently warned the government. I don't know how many, but we now know what is the true nature of our Chinese friends. So, we support the bill. Let's make our steel industry really competitive again. Let's make Great Britain great again.
Can I just appeal to everybody? There's a lot who want to speak. There's going to be some disappointment. Those who actually are going to be affected, I think, should be allowed. But let's see how we can go for time. We need to be brief to get more members in. Let's have a good example. Melanie on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm delighted to follow the honourable member for Gainsborough, who I think, with his Damascene conversion to socialism today, could be termed the new Red Ed. I welcome the decisive action from the government today, bringing security for workers at Scunthorpe, grasping the nettle after the can has been kicked down the road for far too long. British Steel at Scunthorpe is not just of interest to that town, but emanates across northern Lincolnshire to my constituents of Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, whether directly or indirectly. The employment and training opportunities that come from that single site are so important to our local economy. And the product, of course, is nationally important. And if I think about the businesses operating across the Humber and northern Lincolnshire, the industries are relevant to securing The future of steel seems strong, from the Siemens factory in Gould to the boatyards of Hull and offshore turbines off the Cleethorpes coast. The products that Scunthorpe could have a role in producing are plain for us all to see. And those are the next steps the government must turn its attention to, because the measures today are not without risk. And unless we set a course for steel in the UK that closely aligns with our industrial strategy, this will only be another sticking plaster for a site that has already been put through the ringer too many times over the years. The powers the government seeks today will protect the workers at British Steel from any retaliatory measures that Jingye may have sought to take, which is welcome from those workers who have often felt at the mercy of the owners of the company and unseen by government. I give way to the honourable gentleman for Durham.
I thank the honourable lady for giving way. Will she agree with me that one of the major ways in which we could secure markets for British steel is by the British First strategy that the Ministry of Defence has stated for the building of future warships?
Rocker, has somebody texted a photograph out of here of what's going on this morning? OK, can people please not take photographs or text them? I don't know if it's the case, but your name's just been associated. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I agree with my honourable friend. It is imperative that we tie all of the initiatives that this government is bringing forward, whether that is in defence or in other critical areas of industry, to make sure that we can secure the future of steel for the long term. To ensure that it has the best chance of success to secure a private partner or long-term commercial solution, the government must take all actions available within its powers to do all it can to make British steel viable. So I wonder if now is the time for government perhaps to look again at CBAM. The EU has already brought in the adjustment mechanism to protect against international steel dumping. So doing all we can, whether it is keeping down energy costs, and as I know the Minister has sought to do, investment through the National Wealth Fund, or indeed bringing in the CBAM, this is our chance to have a genuine long-term solution for the preservation of British steel. Thank you.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my Member of Parliament. And on this matter, we are in complete harmony. But before I go on to talk about the local situation, which is what I want to focus on, can I thank the Secretary of State for giving me a call yesterday evening and outlining the proposals that he was bringing forward this morning. I did say to him that I wouldn't be entirely uncritical, so I'm sure he won't mind a few jabs here and there. The local situation is extremely critical, as has been pointed out. The impact not only on the workforce but on the wider economy of northern Lincolnshire would be extensive. I have been a resident in the Grimsby-Cleethorpes area all of my life, and I have seen the impact that can happen when a town loses its core industry. In the case of Grimsby, of course, that was the deep-sea fishing industry. But the reality is, when that happens, and it's happened to so many towns up and down the country as a result of the decline in mining, shipbuilding and other heavy industries, when that decline happens, it takes a generation or perhaps more for the town to fully recover. And the last thing I want to see in my neighbouring constituency of Scunthorpe, and to the hundreds of my constituents who work there, for members who weren't here for the Easter adjournment, there was a handful of you who might have heard me say this only 4 days ago, but the site extends not just within the bounds of Scunthorpe, but way beyond into my Brigg and Immingham constituency. And the site is actually the equivalent of 1,133 Wembley football pitches. So that gives you some idea of the size of the site and the amount of work that would be needed if the work works were to close, there would be demands for vast government investment over decades in order to remediate the site and to provide new employment. Now, as I said, I wouldn't be entirely uncritical of the Right Honourable Gentleman, and I would refer him back to my first urgent question, which was on the 5th of September last year. And I said in that debate, there have been widespread media reports suggesting that coke will stop being imported from October, which would mean production would stop in Scunthorpe by Christmas. There are rumours concerning the fact that employees will be given notice very soon. That is obviously creating great anxiety among those directly employed by British Steel and those in the supply chain, which in northern Lincolnshire extends to many thousands of people and businesses. Now, thankfully, we've had a 6-month reprieve from those threats which were coming forward in October. But I have to say that the government have been a little dilatory on this. I know that negotiations have been taking place, and I appreciate that ministers cannot give away their negotiating position. But having made that point as long ago as September, and then when Mr. Speaker, you granted me an urgent question on the 27th of March, that's only a couple of weeks or so ago. And at that point, surely the government were beginning to realise that the negotiations with Jingay were going nowhere. Yes, I'll happily give way.
Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely grateful for putting that point on the record. It is precisely because of those concerns that we were able to have ready a legal route to intervene to directly offer support to purchase raw materials. What we couldn't have anticipated, what we wouldn't have expected, is a company acting in a rational economic manner when made such a clear, distinctive and generous offer.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for the intervention. I would merely respond to that by saying he's been party to the negotiations, and surely he must have realised that the company were not negotiating in good faith, and that he surely expected his officials to have got in place legislation that, if that was required, to deal with the situation that we now find ourselves in. As has been said by others, this is not just crucial for the thousands of my constituents who work there, but for the defence of the nation. And I would very much assume and hope that MOD ministers have been lobbying the Secretary of State, making very clear their concerns. Locally, there is continuing concern. I will be supporting, as indeed the Father of the House has outlined, these proposals. I floated the nationalisation issue on the 27th of March. I have to say I see this as a stepping stone to that situation, and to those who will perhaps be demanding nationalisation now, today, I would say, look, this is a very complex issue. What matters more than anything else is the future of the workforce and the ability to produce virgin steel. And nationalisation legislation would not, I sincerely hope, be passed in 3 hours. It would involve a great deal. But having got themselves into the situation they have, the government are now taking the right action. I have to say there has been some disappointment locally following my question to the Prime Minister only 10 days ago, when he didn't take up the option to meet a cross-party delegation of MPs to discuss the situation. That has been greeted with some disappointment, to put it mildly, at local level. But now we've got to where we are. I fully support the government. I hope they accept the Sunset Clause amendment, which I think would be prudent of them. But I can assure them that I give them my full support today, and will continue to do so when they act in the best interests of my constituents.
Yeah. Just before, can we try and help each other by not speaking? And I hope we've not got reams of paper in the next speech. Bill Esterson is a good example of where it won't be a long speech.
Well, thank you. No pressure, Mr. Speaker. I'll put some of them down. Grateful to you. Mr Speaker, can I start by praising the Business Secretary and his team for the way in which they have brought forward this legislation. Can I add to that my praise for the trade unions, for local management and for members of Parliament of both main parties, not least our honourable friend, the member for Scunthorpe, who, being a minister, isn't, I think, speaking in this debate. I joined him on a 2023 visit to Scunthorpe, where the very concerns about Xinjiang that we've heard today were made to us by local management and trade unions alike, and it is no surprise that they have come to pass. The last government was warned, and they chose not to take the action needed. Ministers in the last government told me that steel needed by the Navy and across our economy couldn't be made at Scunthorpe or indeed at other steel plants. Interestingly, the local management and the trade unions told me that they could make whatever their customers asked them to make by adjusting production. It again is a pity that the last government didn't listen. We might be in a rather different place now. During the last Parliament, we were the only country in the G20 where production of primary steel and steel overall was falling. We would be the only country in the G20 without any primary steel making capacity if the blast furnaces were allowed to close. And I think that underlines why today's legislation is so important on its own. The steel at Scunthorpe is of strategic national importance. 95% of our rail is made at Scunthorpe. They make automotive, they make construction and defence products, all of which are critically important to this country. And if we add to what is made now, the opportunities in the energy transition in particular, and also in additional opportunities in defence, 25 million tonnes of steel are going to be required over the next 25 years in offshore wind alone. And these are great opportunities if we can secure the future at Scunthorpe. The Prime Minister at the Liaison Committee on Tuesday mentioned the grid connection plan for the Scunthorpe site is only due in 2034. Our electricity prices are 46% above the average for International Energy Authority states. The government has to address both of these challenges of slow grid connections and of uncompetitive industrial energy prices if it is to enable the modernisation of industry as a whole and steel in particular. Very happy.
Thank you. And thank you for giving way. As a member of the Business and Trade Committee, we've heard evidence about the importance of the steel industry and that primary steel making should be retained as a key pillar of the UK industrial sovereignty. We've heard that blast furnaces still play a critical role in the strategic and high-grade steel production. So does the member agree with me that our economic security is intrinsically linked with our onshore industrial capability and that our government's focus on both construction and defence in these uncertain times means that this bill is very welcome news?
Well, she makes the point extremely well that our economic security and our national security are two sides of the same coin, and I am very pleased to hear of the work being done by the Select Committee with the subcommittee that the Chair mentioned in his excellent speech earlier. And I want to talk about Port Talbot because the Energy Security Net Zero Select Committee visited there 2 weeks ago. There was a delay of several years, or there will be a delay of several years, between the closure last year of the blast furnaces and the opening of the new electric arc furnace. This is a massive cause for concern in South Wales and beyond. The excellent financial support by this government and willingness to engage by Tata is a very good example of how industry and government should be partners, and it's an indication of how the plans for the industrial strategy that the government is bringing forward can already and are already being effective. Mr Choke, the bill today gives the government the opportunity to secure steelmaking in this country. I congratulate my right honourable friend and his colleagues on the decisive action he is taking. Workers and the nation as a whole are grateful for the work of this government. They are doing absolutely the right thing.
Mr. Tice. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Well, my honourable friend, the member for Clacton, and I have been calling for British Steel to be a strategic national corporation for some 6 years. We said to this previous administration, we said the last thing they should do is sell it to the Chinese, but they ignored our splendid advice, because what this requires is long-term investment. The problem, as we all know, is that it's been beset by short-termism, short-term thinking, and of course by the vast energy costs in this country, electricity costs, partly caused by net stupid zero and the carbon tariffs. But now is a great opportunity that the House should unify behind, because actually we have the opportunity, as the Secretary of State confirmed, to take this into public ownership, and we would urge this weekend, for the sum of £1, we could do a great deal for the taxpayer. We should invest in refurbishing and relining these blast furnaces in the same way the French are doing in just Dunkirk. They're spending €250,000 in Dunkirk, so we should do the same. We should bring in excellent global expertise to help British Steel. And if we do those things, if we have long-term procurement contracts on the raw materials, including the opportunity to use our own British coal from Cumbria that this government declined, that would create more jobs and it would save transport costs, including the opportunity for long-term procurement contracts for the products that British Steel produces. These are the opportunities, how you make a long-term, viable business for British Steel, for the taxpayer. You can bring in long-term patient capital. If we do these things, then everything that we want, which is that actually primary steelmaking is a vital strategic asset. Scunthorpe can be the home, the epicentre of this. So what I would urge this government, actually, we will support this government in this bill today, but I think there's an opportunity, Secretary of State, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to go further, to be bold, be courageous, show your cojones, show some mettle, Mr. Secretary of State. This weekend, Mr. Secretary of State, you have the opportunity. You have the opportunity, Secretary of State, and this government to go for it, to put the misery, to put the uncertainty of 3,000 plus families in Scunthorpe, to reduce and remove that uncertainty. Let's go for it. Let's nationalise British Steel this weekend and make British Steel great again. Thank you.
Carolyn Harris.
Today I represent not only my constituents in Eton Swans East, but those of my good friend, the member for Aberfan, Maesteg. After years of underinvestment and neglect by the previous government, this government's commitment to steel is truly welcome. However, it is vital that the £2.5 million Steel Renewal Fund, already announced by the government, is used to support the industry across the UK, and that Wales needs to get its fair share. 2,800 steel workers lost their jobs in the region, and they recognise the circumstances in Port Talbot were different to Scunthorpe. Half the steel production had already been shut down when the Labour government came into power, despite Plaid Cymru's desperate attempts to electioneer this as an issue. It was impossible to... No, I will not. It is impossible to reverse the deal that had already been struck between the previous Tory government and Tata. But whilst they understand the urgency of the current situation and support the government's action to prevent further closures and job losses, they do need a commitment for Wales. Commitments that will attract investment and create much-needed employment opportunities, like that being offered by the floating offshore wind company. It was too late to save the furnaces in Port Talbot. The jobs are long gone, but investment in the area will bring new jobs and, most importantly, new hope to all our constituents.
Sir David Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You will not need reminding, but I will remind the House of quite what an unusual day this is for a variety of reasons. The last time we met on a Saturday, it was in time of war, And the last time we put a bill through in one day, it was the beginning of the pandemic. So that's how serious the disastrous circumstance we find ourselves in, how serious those circumstances are. I'm assuming, frankly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that this House is going to accept this bill today. So I'm going to address my comments directly at the Secretary of State. It is a nationalisation in all but name bill at one level in terms of the powers it gives. Indeed, it actually gives more powers than a nationalisation bill. It will allow the government to do things that it couldn't do under a nationalisation bill. I frankly would have voted for one. I'm not a fan of nationalisation, as you will know. I would have voted for nationalisation. I will vote for this bill for a simple reason. This buys us time. It's a reprieve, not a rescue. I think that's what people have to understand. And I say this to the honourable gentleman for Boston and Skegness. I don't agree with him in terms of his strategic nationalisation argument. Nationalisation under these circumstances buys the Secretary of State time and leverage. And he needs to be able to make his own judgment as to when he exercises that time and leverage. We got just a hint of a view of how complex this game that that Yingya are playing is. And in fact, if anything, if I were going to recommend an amendment to the bill, it would be to limit the amount of money, i.e. to 1 penny, that the government could pay to Yingya, because then the government couldn't, no court could challenge it, and they would know full well they're not online to make money out of the British taxpayer. So I think we have to look at it in strategic and tactical terms, in terms of what we're trying to do. Will she forgive me? I think lots of people are trying to get in. I mean, I'm going to refer to something she said in a minute. If she really needs to come in, I'll let her in there. But so we're trying to manage a disaster for Scunthorpe, which is local to me, as she knows, and my community, members of my community work at Scunthorpe. The knock-on in economic effects will be much bigger than one town. It will be thousands upon thousands of people all around. And of course a disaster as well for our last primary steelmaker. And that has suddenly become more important. I mean, it was always important. It was always an important part of national strategy. But Mr. Trump has made it a vital piece, an unavoidable piece of national strategy. And we have to create a circumstance for the Secretary of State and for the government which allows us to manoeuvre through that. Now, that does mean, as people have said already, an energy policy that makes this operation viable. Now, not just viable when it's owned by the state, viable, commercially viable. It means, and that means an energy policy which is not the highest energy costs of our competitors, which where it is now. It also means we have to think very hard about carbon supply. At the moment, the technology does not exist to make primary steel without carbon supply, so we have to think about that too. And that actually is a strategic supply, so we can't rely on another country for it. And what I want to see is this bill used in a way which gives him the time to deliver on that, but which gives this House the right to see what he's doing, the right to see how the strategies are turning out, because nobody has got this right. You know, if the government benches want me to, I can go back to 1997 and park blame if they really want to, but I don't want to do that today. I want to make this viable. So we have to get our energy, our environment, and our industrial policies all in line to make this work. To put it in context, last year, British Steel lost, I think, about 408 million pounds. That was the September number. This year, it's about 250 million. Neither of them are small amounts of money, and the Treasury would shut down an operation if we just left something like that inside the government for very long. So we need a new strategy that cuts our carbon emissions without exporting the industries to the rest of the world. And that's, I'm afraid, most of our successes in carbon reduction in this last decade or two or three have been by dint of exporting the industry, often to countries with much worse records than us. In this case, it would be China. They have 50% of the world market already. They have massive excess in terms of steel capacity, and their steel capacity is the most carbon inefficient there is. So we're actually worsening the circumstance. Briefly, quickly, please.
Very briefly, our committee has taken very clear evidence that we need a carbon border adjustment mechanism so that actually carbon-rich steel like that from China is taxed much more heavily. But crucially, what's needed on the table now are the steel safeguards from the Trade Remedy Authority to guard our markets from a floodtide of Chinese steel right now.
Yeah, I'm afraid he's right. I mean, and the difficulty is we're in a new world in this. I mean, the entire trade. I mean, the terrible thing that the House will only ever hear me say this once. But Trump has a small point in some respects, and we have to deal with the world as it is. Now, can I come to the sunset clause with the Secretary of State? I can imagine the instinct is not to put a sunset clause in because, in dealing with a difficult negotiator like this, you're putting a backstop. And whenever you put a backstop on yourself, you give your other side a negotiating advantage. Can I say this to him? He mentioned in his opening speech that the Civil Contingencies Bill would be a route, right? For the House, who won't have read it, we spent a year putting it in place under the Blair government. It's got recourse to Parliament at every turn. Ministers are properly controlled. It has to be transparent and so on. What I might suggest to him is if at some point he organises a transition to that so the House has greater control. The COVID bill didn't have that. It missed all those defences, and look what happened to the policy as a result. So that's what I would like to see. Recourse to Parliament. Actions that he takes to manage the survival of Scunthorpe, policies to ensure its viability, and in post-Putin Trump era, security of supply. All of these things we want to see, and we can organise legislation to permit that. So I ask him, take the House into his confidence and do this properly.
Chris MacDonald.
In 1976, a group of steelworkers emerged from the Templeborough Steelworks following a night shift. That at the time was the largest electric arc steelmaking plant in the world. And they'd just done something rather spectacular. They'd broken a shift record. What they were really surprised to find was a letter from the Prime Minister, Sir Jim Callaghan, congratulating them for their contribution to the national effort. I think after 48 years, it is marvellous to see that we finally have a Prime Minister that's prioritising the steel industry once again. Now, I know what it's like to emerge bleary-eyed after a night shift on a steelworks, and as much as we're emotionally attached to our steelworks, the past analogies are not entirely helpful here, because there is too much of a narrative in this country that steel is a sunset industry, when in fact it is not only essential but advanced. And perhaps this is a time for me to direct members to my register of interest as the former chief executive of the UK's National Steel Innovation Centre. And a lot of that innovation is embedded in our facility in Scunthorpe. Advanced high-speed rail from the rail mail rods that are drawn down to wire the thickness of a human hair, produced to pharmaceutical levels of precision. The beam mill in Teesside, one of a handful of plants capable of producing large-scale beams that have built buildings from Hong Kong through to the west coast of the USA. And of course, the Skinning Grove works as well, that produces the tines for yellow goods for Caterpillar that move directly into that factory. I think all members agree how vital these plants and facilities are. But you might be unaware, or members may be unaware, that the steels that we're producing today, two-thirds of them didn't exist 15 years ago. This is the level of continuous innovation in the steel industry. Everything that we have is made either from or with steel. Our steel industry has declined so significantly over the last 14 years that when I visited the Hartlepool pipe mill in the adjacent constituency to mine just last week, where they're making the pipes for the carbon capture and storage network that this government has invested £4 billion in, stamped on the plates of steel were the words Voestalpine, an Austrian steel producer that sits in the foothills of the Alps and yet is able to produce plate steel more competitively than in the UK, whilst we have a plate mill in Scotland that is practically idle, and the slabs for that plate mill would have been produced in the Scunthorpe Steelworks. So I welcome the legislation today as an opportunity for us to take back control of our steel industry and to deal with the chaotic fragmentation of the industry that occurred over the last 14 years, because I believe that the UK can be just as competitive as a steel company in Austria or in Germany or France or Spain or the Netherlands, who are in fact our biggest importers to steel in the UK. I'm sorry, given the shortage of time. But I also believe that we can be at least as good as the steel industry in Belgium, which is now larger than the steel industry in the UK. And clearly that's a lack of ambition that the previous government had, that they did not believe that the UK could be as competitive as the steel industry in Belgium. I'm sorry, I'm not going to give way simply because there is a lack of time. I feel it is also important to correct the record for a number of comments that have been made earlier. The member for Boston and Skegness and others referred to the call from the West Cumbria mine. I must inform the House the management of British Steel have ruled this call out on the grounds of quality. The sulphur levels are too high. I'd be quite happy to talk to him about steel desulphurisation in the tea room later, if he would care to join me to do that. I also completely refute his comment about bringing in global expertise. We have the expertise in the UK to run steel companies effectively. And again, I'd be happy to introduce him to people who could do that if he wishes to know. It's important when considering the market as well to remember that the steel market globally is not a free market. This is why governments work together. In the USA, the government uses tariffs and they blocked a merger between Nippon Steel and US Steel. The French government traditionally used procurement. The German government subsidised their steel industry with energy prices. The Chinese government gave cash. It is really important to recognise that steel companies do not compete in a free market. And if we ask our steel companies to do that, we're asking them to compete with national governments overseas. And we're letting national governments overseas set our steel policy, our industrial policy, and fundamentally our defence policy as well. And I think that that's unacceptable. We need to recognise that the corporate interest of a company is not the same as the national interest of the UK. The Secretary of State has recognised that today and shown real leadership on this. But finally, I want to reserve my last remarks for the steelworkers in Scunthorpe. I worked in Scunthorpe for a time, both at the ironworks and the steelworks. So the steelworkers in Scunthorpe, I know exactly the pain that you're going through, and I'm sure that they will be relieved by the words of the Secretary of State. We all think very fondly of the four blast furnaces, the four queens in Scunthorpe, Bessie, Vicky, Mary and Annie. But ultimately, I think we all recognise that their time has come, and whilst they will be nursed into their ultimate retirement, we look forward to regenerating the steel industry in Scunthorpe and around the UK with the most modern, most efficient, most high-productive steel plants, just as the last Labour government did when they nationalised the steel industry for the second time in 1967. So good that we nationalised it twice. Well, this time we can work together, hopefully, with the industry to create a world-leading steel industry of the future. Thank you.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's a privilege to follow such an impressive speech from the member opposite. I'm sure his constituents will be incredibly impressed at his knowledge of this particular issue. I also want to be not just kind to him, but also to the Secretary of State. Once again, this is becoming a habit that I want to break, but certainly his sincerity today cannot be doubted. And if there's one person who could probably be afforded the executive powers within this bill with an element of trust, it is probably himself. However, there are some topics that haven't been touched upon in a huge amount of detail today. I will touch upon them very briefly now, whether that's tariffs, whether that's competition, whether that's in relation to energy prices. We need to not forget the fundamentals of why there is such a challenging position facing the steel industry. But there's also one other hugely important issue which has not been discussed at any length in this chamber today, and notwithstanding the future contribution I imagine from the member for Alloa and Grangemouth, it's something which isn't going to pass the lips of any other members in this House, which is of course the situation in Grangemouth. And I say the situation in Grangemouth with an element of despair, because we all know that there are hundreds of people who are on the brink of losing their jobs. And the similarities are astounding. We have PetroChina on one hand, and we have a Chinese company in Scunthorpe in the other. We have a Chinese company in Scunthorpe saying that there's losses of around £700,000. We have a Chinese company at Grangemouth saying losses of around £500,000. We have a cracker in Grangemouth, which has been deemed not to be useful anymore. And we, of course, have blast furnaces in Scunthorpe, which are categorised in the same manner. All of us need to be conscious of those comparisons. And I say that on the basis that whilst the Secretary of State is right to say that this is important for jobs in Scunthorpe, this is right for the communities in Scunthorpe, and this is right for Westminster's national UK-wide interest, is it not the case that is important to the workers in Grangemouth? Is it not the case that it is important to the communities in Grangemouth? And is it not the case that it is in Scotland's national interest that Grangemouth is protected. I'm afraid I'm not going to give way, because we know that we are all constrained for time, in the same way that members opposite will not be taking interventions going forward either. Earlier by the Secretary of State to myself was that £200 million through the National Wealth Fund has been put forward. But each and every one of us knows that that is not within the gift of the Prime Minister nor the Secretary of State to dictate, and it's ultimately going to be reliant upon the private sector coming forward with a proposal. Indeed, evidence which was given to us at the Scottish Affairs Committee just last week from EY, who've done the Project Willow report, were quite clear in their observations at the fact that ultimately there's going to be no progress by 2030 at the earliest. That is simply not good enough, because whilst the government mobilises every effort to save British steel, it allows Grangemouth to fall on the back burner. And the honourable member for Ayrshire earlier, Mr Deputy Speaker, referenced the fact of industrial strategies. Well, of course, what he seems to forget in that context is that energy is a reserved matter for this United Kingdom government, something which the Secretary of State is all too familiar with, given our previous roles in this here House. So the final thought that I will leave with members opposite is to remember the fact that the bill that they are supporting here today extends itself solely to England and to Wales. We on these benches, actually, Plaid Cymru are correcting me to clarify the fact that it is only England. So the important consideration is, why is this not being extended to Scotland? Why is Grangemouth not being included? Why is the smelter up at Lochaber not being included? Why are the DL Steelworks not being included? The answer why they are not being included is because Westminster is only interested in Westminster. It is not interested in Scotland, and I will not be shouted down by the members opposite, because they need to hear the truth. Scotland's interests matter, and the people of Scotland are watching.
The picture.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Let me bring it back to the Act that we are here to debate today specifically. So we have heard about a number of data, statistics, information, the finances and the commercials associated with the importance of British steel to our defence industry going forwards and our national security, the importance in terms of energy and resilience, the importance in terms of the infrastructure that we need to build to give us the growth in this country that we can feed back in and inject into our public services that so need it. But of course, the big thing here is about the 3,700 jobs, and I represent here today the voice of my residents in the Isle of Axholme and those that live in neighbouring towns and in Scunthorpe who are feeling it today and are listening to every single word that we say. And I have to say, the risk to them and the impact to them and the personal impact is unquantifiable, and it's that I want to talk about today. So I spoke to Richard yesterday. Richard is fifth-generation worker at Scunthorpe. He's recently finished there. He said this is about the individual, it's about the families, it's about the colleagues, and it is about the town and their friends. This is about the identity. And he described it as this. He said Scunthorpe and British Steel is the beating heart of the area. And over the last few years, that beating heart has started to slow. And as it slowed, and as it's done in the last couple of weeks, every time it skips a beat, people hold their breath. They are anxious, they are scared, they are frightened, and with every loss of that beating heart, people lose hope. And we cannot let people lose hope. And he says to us today that we need to come together and we need to pick up a community defibrillator, we need to take it there, and we need to give it the injection of pace that it needs, and we need to make sure that we stimulate that heart going forwards for all the generations in the future. And we have the opportunity today to take this act to take control and to start to make that happen. We can turn British Steel, primary steel, virgin steel, which is vital for all of those things that we talked about today, and we can make that a treasure. And not just a treasure, but a national treasure. And that is exactly why we need to move this on today. Thank you.
Yeah. David Chadwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year, the government said that it would introduce a new steel strategy that would create more well-paid jobs in the places where they are most needed. Well, following last year's closures of the blast furnaces at Port Talbot, many of my constituents have lost their jobs or seen their incomes fall. That includes the thousands of workers who are laid off at the plant itself, but also includes those further down the supply chain, including haulage drivers and payroll clerks, providing services to the 2,000 local businesses that have been impacted by that closure. The closure of Port Talbot's blast furnaces started an economic contraction in South Wales that is still underway. Many highly skilled workers, particularly welders, are leaving South Wales in search of opportunities elsewhere. And it's rubbing salt in the wounds for the people of Port Talbot to now hear the government acknowledge the importance of primary steel production as a strategic national asset. Mr. Speaker, I must ask, where was this urgency when Welsh steel communities were crying out for support? When Tata Steel announced over 2,800 job losses in Port Talbot last year, the largest steelworks in the country, a key strategic asset, the manufacturing heart of South Wales, there was no recall of Parliament, no Saturday sitting, no emergency legislation, and no rapid mobilisation of government to save the day. This despite every warning sign being there. Unions raised the alarm, industry experts warned of the economic shock, but the warnings were ignored. And now, faced with similar risks in England, the government suddenly rediscovers its swift ability to act. The simple fact is this: the government didn't recall Parliament for Port Talbot, it didn't recall Parliament for Wales. If today's decision is in the national interest, why did the government not offer similar protections to Port Talbot, which had more capacity? Port Talbot has more capacity, had more capacity, and greater output. Has the government now been fenced in by closing those blast furnaces at Port Talbot too early? How much of the steel supply chain will the government commit to now protecting? Employment at Port Talbot has fallen from over 18,000 employees at its height over the past few decades to around 4,000 before last year's decision to make the closure. And now there are just 2,000 steel workers employed at Port Talbot. Those jobs are sorely missed. Welsh steel is all around us. Port Talbot once produced the steel used in everyday products like Heinz baked beans tins. So it's right, absolutely right, that we're acknowledging now the importance of domestically produced steel. Communities that once powered the UK's growth, particularly the Swansea Valley, the Neath Valley and Port Talbot and Maesteg, now face an economic reckoning with far too little urgency from this government in return. And it's personal to many of us from South Wales, Mr. Speaker. My grandfather worked in the blast furnaces at Port Talbot Steelworks, and like many others, it gave him the opportunity to set up his own business, in his case, a waste management company. And that's what's really at risk now, and that's what's really withering away in South Wales. It's not just the jobs on the steelworks floor, but that entire network of small businesses, tradespeople and suppliers that rely on the steel industry's presence in our communities. We know that for every steel worker made redundant, up to 3 or 4 local jobs are at risk of disappearing. And the message from Westminster has been clear. When crisis hits in Wales, it's tolerated. When it hits elsewhere, it becomes a national emergency. Mr. Speaker, we cannot go on like this. Steel is strategic. It is critical for our national resilience, and it matters just as much in South Wales as anywhere else. This government's failure to act swiftly in Wales, to consult transparently with workers, to invest in a serious and just transition, has undermined confidence and left people in Port Talbot, Llanwern, Shotton and many others across Wales feeling abandoned. 2,800 jobs were lost at the blast furnaces alone. And many of those workers say they've simply been left behind. We've heard the Prime Minister over the past few days say he wants to take control of steel. Well, why didn't he say that when Welsh jobs were on the line? Why was Port Talbot not worth fighting for in the same way? We need a proper UK-wide industrial strategy, one that recognises the vital role of Welsh steel in our national economy, and most importantly, one that treats workers in every part of the UK with the same respect, urgency and seriousness. The steelworking communities of Wales have not forgot the silence that met their cries for help, and they will not accept a future where their communities are left behind.
Lee Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I have to say that some of the last contribution that we had and that we heard, frankly, should have been made at the time that the decisions were taking place. I shouldn't have waited until today. I can tell you that. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to start off by commending the Minister in relation to the way in which he has dealt with this issue, the way in which he has got us together today in order for us to discuss and debate this. And I think this idea that somehow we could have debated our negotiations as we was having them is frankly a little bit for the birds. Because what you don't do is debate your negotiating, because all you're doing then is telling who you're negotiating with what it is that you're going to the negotiating table for. It ain't done like that, and nor should it be done like that. And for those that have been moaning the fact that we've been recalled on a Saturday, well, all I'll say to you is this from these benches. You can recall me on any Saturday, at any time, and twice on a Sunday, if it means that we're going to save industries and save thousands and thousands of jobs. I'll be here every time that we do it, because some of us know what it's like. The town of Corby was literally built on steel. The people of Corby in East Northants know only too well what it's like to have its steelworks closed down and the devastation that befalls local communities. When Corby Steelworks was closed down, 14,000 people lost their jobs and unemployment levels rose to 30%. Corby in East Northants was once home to the largest steelworks in Europe, and today it still employs just shy of 500 people and still manufactures 250,000 tonnes per year of steel tubing. We would not be the place that we are without the steelworks that Corby once had, and we know the devastation of the impact these job losses would mean for the community of Scunthorpe. That is why this is the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do to ensure that we maintain steel-making capacity in the UK. In these increasingly uncertain times, we must maintain national security by having the ability to produce our own virgin steel. Keep all options open, but don't allow the blast furnaces to switch off, because once they're off, they're gone. And that's the problem in other parts of the country that should have been raised at those times. In any modern economy, with a central mission for growth, production of our own steel is crucial and will be at the heart of any future industrial strategy. I'm proud to be here today, I'm proud to support this today, and I'm proud to be here to secure a future for steel making in the UK.
Duncan Smith.
Can I I'll try and be brief and stay on the issue of this particular bill. I want to start by saying that we should focus, I think all of us, on the requirement to save the jobs of those some 3,500 people who have this threat hanging over them. In fact, as I understand it from my honourable friend, that 2,500 have already received redundancy notices and therefore are very worried at the moment, as they should be, and they will be. So our thoughts should be with them today, and coming in on Saturday is right if it saves their jobs, and I'm certainly prepared to vote for that. And I will also say that just on the point of the bill, it does give very vast powers, I know, to the right honourable gentleman, to the government, and like others have said, of course, I trust him personally. This is not an attack on him, but it does always do for us never to trust government more than we have to in this House. I've done this on both sides, by the way, and I therefore do urge him to have another look at the sunset clause. I raised this earlier because it's not saying we don't trust you, it's saying sometimes government gets taken down side tracks, and before you know what's happened, the powers are beginning to be used for the wrong purpose. So I would urge him to be able to come back to the House and say, even possibly in the other place, that the sunset clause will be introduced, giving them real powers to come back. And I think for everybody's sake, even on the government benches side, I think it's worth it because it gives us a strong debate about how they're being used and helps us even perhaps influence what may be taking place. The base for this debate today is quite clearly the massively changed needs that this country has, coming from our experience now of the thing that we never thought would happen, the Ukraine war, invasion of Ukraine by brutal Russia, and by the need for weapons and arms on an unprecedented scale. The plan to build up the armed forces, of course, and their need for very, very high quality steel, virgin steel, which is produced in this plant, and without it we would have to import it, and frankly China doesn't really produce that quality of steel. And the other part, of course, recently is the tariff war that is now taking place, which has actually introduced 25% tariffs on one of the biggest purchasers of that steel, which is the car industry. So all of those make this bill necessary, very much so. I do want to say, though, that we have another problem which I hope the government will deal with within the context of this bill when they talk to the department responsible for net zero. I simply raise this because things have changed. The Prime Minister himself said the world has changed, and we've been operating in what we consider to be a global free market. I have to say, for some time, I have argued this is not a free market. Far too many countries, like China, have abused the rules of the free market, have subsidized their industries ridiculously, and have used slave labor to produce products. When that happens, the free market is dead. And we have to recognize that we're going to have to deal with those we trust and who don't break the rules. And that means a whole new rethink of the government's China policy, I have to say to them, as to whether or not we need to rush to China for that investment when we need to make sure we deal with our industry at home, that we produce things again. And one of the problems is the cost that our industry faces, and it is really quite stark. It's not just in competition with China, but even in Europe now, their costs are far less. And I'll just give a small list of this. In the case of dollars per megawatt hours, the UK's now are the highest in the world at $400 per megawatt hour. Germany, which is the highest in the rest of Europe, is at 250. And then you go through France and the others that are all lower at the moment in producing that energy, and that energy is critical when it comes to the steel industry. So that is one big issue the Minister has to deal with. By the way, China, in its subsidized and broken free market rules, is at $60 per megawatt hour. So there's no attempt for us to compete with them. What we have to say is they are not competitive at all. Exactly right, my honourable friend says. And the point I wanted to make here is very much that others are complaining about China right now. Countries in the Far East, like Vietnam and South Korea, are already accusing China of dumping. And what we have in China is something that's going to really hit us very hard and make the Minister's job, the Secretary of State's job, even worse. And that is very simply that China now itself is suffering from an overproduction of steel. Their own housing industry has gone static on them, and they were one of the biggest users of the steel produced by China. Where is that steel going to go? And it's no surprise, by the way, that a Chinese company, Jinye, is involved in this, because by pushing forward to shut down the blast furnaces in the UK, they know that we will have to buy slab steel from China. This is not a coincidence. This is all part of the plan. This company, by the way, is linked directly to the Chinese Communist Party, and it's high time we called this out. And in his negotiations, he needs to remind them that the reality for them is they are not a private company. Absolutely. And my government should never have awarded this contract to this company. I warn them about it, and I simply say to all here, it's time we make sure that we deal with China at face value, not at what the pretense is of them being private or in any way detached from their government. And that is a critical point. And I simply say, in conclusion, therefore, there is much to be dealt with in this. And I urge the government to listen to the ability of the House to bring them back to check all of that. But I will say that cheap Chinese steel is a desperate problem for us. We need to work with other countries in dealing with this, and also get our costs down. And I would say simply on the net zero front, I hope the Secretary of State will talk to his colleague in the other department and say to him, we cannot go on like this. where the industry costs... I'll give away from you.
It's an important point, and I'll be exceptionally brief, but he knows from debates we've been in, I'm obsessed by this issue of industrial energy prices and the very substantial rise that existed from 2010 to 2024, which is a 50% real terms increase. The two fundamental issues, as I think he knows, are first of all our network charges, how we do those, that's different to other countries. But fundamentally, the marginal cost is set by the price of gas. It's the fossil fuel price on the overall system. And I'm not completely rejecting everything he's saying, but I think we've got to understand that key point. It's the gas price.
I'm grateful for that because it does allow me to say this thing, which I wasn't planning to say. We sit on an island of gas. Why aren't we drilling for it, for goodness sake, when we need it, and we will strategically need it? There is a cause for strategic industry, so I agree with him on that. But it doesn't stop there. It stops elsewhere in the production of energy, and I simply leave that point for him. He can argue that with his right honourable friends. But I want to say one final thing, that in the course of the Chinese company's operations in that factory, I have talked to a number of people involved in that business, and I have to say their record, both on health and safety and abuse of those workers in that factory, in that blast furnace area, have been shocking. And we should look into this much more carefully. They've brought in some cheap Chinese workers. They don't pay them anything like they pay the British workers. And many of them have ended up burnt and in great difficulty. And I simply say, this is not a company we should be doing business right now.
Just say to the House that we're going to go to the front benches at 1:40, so if members who are called could be as brief as possible, that would be appreciated. Mark Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his statement and his decisive action. This will be a meaningful day for the people of Scunthorpe, and I know how important jobs in the steel industry are. Davy Roll, at the heart of my constituency, otherwise known as Union Electric Steel, has stood at the heart of Gateshead in our town centre for over 150 years. It is at risk of closure, and it is the only cast steel roll maker left in the country. Steel is incredibly important for our future, and this government is taking decisive action.
Hear, hear.
But I'm reminded today of a place close to my constituency, Redcar. 10 years ago, the people of Redcar were let down. I pay tribute to members, including my honourable friend, the member for Redcar, for their campaigning, and others in this House for their campaigning. At the time, Redcar had the second most efficient blast furnace in Europe, and yet they were abandoned. 2,300 jobs, a proud town let down. So today I will finish my remarks, I will speak briefly when I say simply this. Scunthorpe and Redcar have learned today the difference a Labour government makes, the difference decisiveness makes. It saves jobs and it changes lives.
Thank you for that. And we just keep contributions to around 3 minutes now. That would be helpful. Liz Saville-Roberts.
And today's legislation to safeguard the UK's last bastion of primary steelmaking capacity is, of course, to be supported. But what my party cannot support is his government's approach to steel in the UK, which deems that steel in Scunthorpe is worth saving, but not steel in Wales. Today is a bitter day for the people of Port Talbot, where the blast furnaces have been extinguished because Labour let that happen. These job losses will take an estimated £200 million from the local economy in lost wages. People in South Wales have been loyally voting for Labour for decades. Does this Labour government therefore feel proud that those votes have been paid back by Tory-style deindustrialisation in Port Talbot? Plaid Cymru has consistently called for nationalisation, but the Labour First Minister of Wales rejected our calls. She described nationalisation as pipe dreams. Labour in Wales were quick to mock our proposal, which we made 21 times in record in Cardiff and here, over and over again. Now it is UK Labour policy. This government must therefore set out how much of the £2.5 billion steel fund will be allocated towards securing Scunthorpe, and how does this compare to the amount given to support laid-off workers in Wales? Under the government, his government did not intervene in Wales. I I will take no interventions. His government did not intervene in Wales. Under his government, Scunthorpe gets security, Port Talbot gets a pittance. Plaid Cymru believes that Port Talbot should and could have received equal treatment alongside Scunthorpe. That is why we have tabled an amendment to include Wales under the terms of this bill. That highlights that the measures we are debating today would have been able to be used to save the blast furnaces at Tata Steel in Wales. We will not let Labour hide from the fact that they own the decision not to intervene to save Welsh steel when they had the opportunity to do so. Workers and communities must be at the heart of any long-term solution for the steel industry. So far, Labour in Westminster and Labour in Cardiff have worked in partnership to dispatch thousands of Welsh workers to uncertainty and hopelessness. People in Wales will not forget today. Today is a day of bitter, bitter disappointment for Port Talbot.
Rutland.
Today we're taking an extraordinary but necessary step, not just to safeguard a single industry, but to defend the long-term interests of our country. And in the point of interest, I'll refer to my register of interests. But let us be clear, today is not about nostalgia, it's about national resilience and securing Britain's future. Retaining a sovereign primary steel-making capability is critical to our economy and our national security, because steel is the backbone of our infrastructure, defence, energy and transport systems. Without the capacity to make steel from raw materials here in Britain, we're at the mercy of global markets and geopolitical shocks, and we'd be outsourcing not just production, but power. And whilst we're resolute in our commitment to a green industrial future, the transition to clean steel must be a managed transition, a just transition, not a cliff edge. That means keeping the furnaces operating in Scunthorpe as we establish and scale up the electric arc furnaces. Because if we lose our primary steel-making capability, we won't get it back. The skills will be lost, the supply chain's broken, and will become entirely dependent on other countries, many of whom do not share our environmental or labour standards, or indeed our geopolitical outlook. And let us not forget the people. This is about jobs. Good, unionised, skilled jobs that sustain communities, generations of families, and the dignity of work. The steel workers in Scunthorpe aren't just making steel, they're making Britain. And we owe it to them to ensure that this industry has a future. And I pay tribute in particular to the work of community and GMB unions who have fought for the future of British steelmaking and British steel workers. The Labour Party was founded to give working people a voice in Parliament, and today, as a government, we're honouring that legacy by standing up for British industry, British workers and Britain's future. I'm proud to support this legislation, and I urge all members to do the same.
Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Steel is strategically vital for the UK, the foundation of our industry, and we could and should be producing much more of it here domestically. Steel is also integral to the green industrial transformation that is essential for our future. Those wind turbines, trains, rail tracks, EVs, all of these key elements of the sustainable future for our economy. The Green Party believes that public ownership is the best solution in this case, because only public ownership would give us the control we really need to ensure a proper, strategic, long-term plan to the renewal of the steel industry, not just in Scunthorpe, but indeed nationally. Nonetheless, we will be supporting this legislation today. But we do need to think long-term. We've got an opportunity here to reprocess far more of our waste steel instead of exporting it, using that to feed our industry here. We have an opportunity to use the skills of the communities in places like Scunthorpe to drive that green industrial transformation. And we have an opportunity, the government has an opportunity, a need, a duty, in fact, to use not just this legislation today, but the other levers that are available to it to support this crucial strategic industry. The Secretary of State just acknowledged that electricity prices, because they are locked to gas prices, are kept too high. We need to decouple electricity from gas. We also need to ensure that, as the Honourable Member for Grimsby and Cleethorpes mentioned, we should be introducing the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism at the same time as the EU, a year earlier than currently planned, in order to protect our steel industry here. We should be making use of the anti-dumping mechanisms that we have and could have in order to protect against the dumping of steel that is sold on the global market at below cost price. And we should be using industrial policy and innovation policy to support the development of the innovations in the industry referred to by the honourable gentleman on the opposite benches, who clearly knows a great deal about the steel industry, that are going to be the future. We can't just patch up our old technology. We should be thinking to the future. What innovations do we need to produce clean, green steel as the foundation for that green industrial transformation? Thank you.
David Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. 40 years ago in this place, the Conservative Minister of Trade and Industry said, and I quote, "I believe that privatisation will enable British Steel and its workforce to secure a firmly based competitive industry with a long-term future." In the same debate, the then Labour Shadow Minister asked, has the Minister not rewarded British Steel's success with a plan which quite unnecessarily places its future in jeopardy? Well, today, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think we can conclude that privatisation did indeed place British Steel in jeopardy, and that privatisation has left Britain's steel industry dangerously exposed. In the post-war period, railways, steel mines and mills covered the country in a thicket of industry. But for ideological reasons, the party opposite tore those networks apart, meaning that in my constituency of North Northumberland, the electricity grid is owned by Warren Buffett, the water system is overseen from Hong Kong, and the buses are ultimately run out of Miami. We have the chance to correct this with British Steel, and that's what we're trying to do today. This matters because national security is about much more than defence. It's about trust, it's about mutuality, and it's about our common endeavour.
Will the honourable member give way?
I will give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Does he agree with me that homemade steel is the fire in the belly of this country's industrial strategy, and that without it being made on our shores at the highest quality, we are weaker? So today's bill, a Labour bill, will guarantee the future of steel in our country, which is essential for so many up and down.
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. It's a good point, and I want my constituents to trust that the people pumping their water, providing their power, connecting them to the wider world and making their steel have their interests at heart. I want them to get... I'm sorry, I better not. I want them to have jobs with businesses that serve the common good, not international stock markets or foreign governments. And we need to have strategic parts of our industry like steel in-house so that we can trust that our economy is working for us. Jingye, as we've heard today, doesn't appear to have the interests of the British people at heart, but instead their own profit. Why should we accept that a decision made in a boardroom in China with links to the Chinese Communist Party can risk wiping out an industry that's the heart of one of our communities and vital to our nation's flourishing? If we were to nationalise steel ultimately, it's not necessarily perfect. A sluggish and over-subsidised steel producer would not serve Britain's interests any more than one owned by foreign firms. However, I believe it is something that we should keep on the table with respect to steel production. As we heard from my honourable friend, the member for Stockton North, we have the expertise and we have the passion, certainly here in the country, to do it. So in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, recent events have proven that the safest way to safeguard strategic parts of our national infrastructure is to do it ourselves. Privatisation has often been very bad for our country. That it takes government intervention to secure the continuation of our last remaining plant producing virgin steel speaks volumes. It's my hope that we soon move to the full nationalisation of British Steel in time and align that with our planned massive investment in skills through Skills England. After decades of fire sales of British industry, it's time for us to rebuild back our industrial pride, our national security and our social covenant. And to these ends, I urge this House to back Britain and back British Steel.
Jones, and it is 2 to 3 minutes now, please, each contribution and no more.
Thank you very much, Mr Betts. This is a potential tragedy unfolding for many families in the Scunthorpe area, not just those involved at the steelworks, but those in the wider community who work in the supply chain, their customers, and those working in the local economy who are the family and friends of employees at the steelworks.
This could affect well over 35,000 families across the country, and that is nearly a whole parliamentary constituency. Steel tariffs from Trump will hurt the UK steel industry. Trump supporters in this House from the two shades of the blue teams seem strangely silent on the impact of his unnecessary tariffs. Has anyone heard them condemn Trump's tariffs? No. Liberal Democrats believe that the government should stand strong against Trump's 25% tariffs. Mr. Speaker, the relationship between the company Jingye and the government have clearly broken down, which is why the Secretary of State is taking wide-ranging powers for himself. As it appears this bill will go through today, I have two questions for the Secretary of State. Can he confirm that the pension fund of the employees and the former employees is not in deficit and all company contributions are up to date, and that the assets of the scheme have not been transferred to the holding company or any offshore business? And if they have, will he start measures to get them back? Can he also confirm that the ownership of the assets of the business, such as plant, land and buildings, have also not been transferred to any holding company or offshore business? Thank you.
Dermot.
Deputy Speaker, I'm very glad to be called in this debate, and I declare an interest because I chair the GMB parliamentary group for steelwork, one of the steelworkers' union, which is donated to my constituency party. 20 years ago, Mr Deputy Speaker, the MG Rover car plant in my constituency collapsed with devastating consequences as felt to this day. Today, all our thoughts are with the steelworkers and their families at Scunthorpe and Teesside, and I hope that we can do something today to avoid such a future for them. I do not want to speak too long, but I would just like to make a few points. First, today's decisive action is welcome, and I think all our constituents would rather have a government that acted at great speed than a government that acted too late. I echo the point raised earlier by my honourable friend, the member for Brent East, about the importance of steelworkers' participation in the days ahead. If the government could also clarify any changes in plans for the UK Steel Council, that would also be appreciated. Also, what role will Jingye now have in the running of British Steel on a day-to-day basis? It is clear that workers have lost confidence in the Jingye management, as shown by reports this morning that management from Jingye were refused entry to the plant, and a change in that day-to-day management is needed. If I may, I would like to respond to a couple of points made during this debate. The last time, and I note that this House carried legislation that had the effect of nationalising steel, that legislation was 108 pages long. I think that is clearly outside of the scope of the type of urgent emergency legislation that we are debating today. We have also heard much about costs and energy costs, and I will just say I do not wish to add to the very informed comments made earlier in this debate. The OECD has also said that the root cause of the industry's current problems are global excess capacity. In other words, the UK has been left at the mercy of overproduction and the dumping of artificially subsidised goods. The Trade Remedies Alliance has long called for our trade defences to be strengthened, and I hope that those calls will be listened to in a way that they were not under the last government. Mr Deputy Chair, I would like to end on a personal note because I've thought about one person in particular today. A family member, my aunt's father, began his career at the Ravenscraig Steelworks in Motherwell. He rose to become a branch officer, national executive member, and later a salaried official of the Iron and Steel Trades Confederation, the forerunner of today's community union. And in the peripatetic life of a trade union official, he later worked in West Midlands, Corby and Scunthorpe. Fierce in the defence of his members, he was the gentlest and most modest of men in private. I understand that he is still remembered on the executive of Community, and if he could be here today to witness this most difficult chapter in the steel industry's history, I am sure that he would offer valuable perspective and wise counsel. With your permission, I would like to record his name in the record of this place, Dick Knox.
Right, thank all members for help in being brief in the last few contributions, but fortunately this is now the final contribution to Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to you for calling me. I can accept that there is broad agreement in this place that we should take action here to preserve virgin steelmaking capability in the UK. But quite frankly, it is not enough for this House just to agree we should do something. It's our responsibility to look at the detail of what the government are proposing and decide whether it is properly targeted and appropriate for the task. There is not going to be a committee stage or a report stage in this bill. That's what the clock tells us. This is our only opportunity to look at the detail of the bill, and precious little of that, I'm afraid, has been done today. So let's just have a look at what powers the Secretary of State is going to be given as things probably will unfold by the end of today. The Secretary of State will have powers which apply to all steel manufacturers in England and Wales, not just the particular company over which he has specific concern. There will be shivers running down the spine, no doubt, at Tata Steel as well, because this bill applies to them. The Secretary of State can act, according to this bill, in order to instruct those companies to deal in specific ways with what are described as specified assets. And as I mentioned to him earlier on, that does not limit itself to blast furnaces or to anything else that's specifically required to generate virgin steel. The Secretary of State can give directions to ask and require a company to do pretty much anything that company could otherwise do, and if the company refuses to do it, then the government has powers to take control of assets, including powers to enter premises by force if necessary, and criminal penalties which can lead to imprisonment. These are very serious powers indeed, and this House, I'm afraid, is simply not being given the opportunity here to scrutinise them as they require. They also look suspiciously to me, by the way, like nationalisation, so perhaps it would be easier to call this thing what it really is. But one or two specifics just in the last minute or so. I do hope that the Secretary of State, for whom I have huge respect, and I suspect he has and he will think about some of the particular problems that this legislation is now going to throw up. The first is there is highly likely to be considerable controversy over whether or not a company in question is indeed complying with a government instruction. They are likely to argue this point. And as he's pointed out, we're dealing in his particular concern with a company that he does not trust, a company that he believes has acted in bad faith thus far. I have no reason to think, and neither does he, that they might not continue to do so, therefore. And the second point is that the Secretary of State is making himself responsible for claims against the company which arise from specific instructions given to it by the government. That's what the indemnity clause means. Now, in those circumstances, there is going to be a further dispute about whether the problem that's arisen has arisen because of what the government has told the company to do or something it has control over. As I said, he's giving two hands on the tiller here. That is going to store up headaches for the government. And I would urge him, despite the fact we've not had the chance to explore it today, to think very carefully about how the government protects itself and the taxpayer from those oncoming complexities.
Opposition, Dame Harriet Bowen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Efford, and can I add my thanks to everyone who... Mr. Betts, I beg your pardon, Mr. Betts. It's the unexpected joy of seeing you in the chair. But can I add my thanks to everyone who's enabled us to be here this afternoon. But the fact is, Mr. Betts, that this is a bungled way to do parliamentary legislation, following a bungled set of negotiations, and we are likely to end up with a bungled nationalisation. The Labour government have landed themselves in a steel crisis entirely of their own making. They have made poor decisions and they've let the unions dictate their actions. The fact is the union-led Labour government have bungled the whole negotiation, insisting on a Scunthorpe-only deal that is not viable. And frankly, the government should have seen this coming. In fact, instead of addressing it 16 days ago, when British Steel announced their plans to close the site and Parliament was sitting, their incompetence has led to this last-minute emergency recall of Parliament. It has been colleagues like my honourable friend, the member for Brigg and Immingham, the Teesside Mayor Ben Houchen, and Councillor Rob Waltham of North Lincolnshire Council, who've been warning about the issues at British Steel. But no, Labour ministers thought they knew better. And now the British public can see the government scrambling for a solution to a problem they created and could have resolved months ago. I give way to my honourable friend.
Grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. The government gives itself powers in this bill to compensate steel undertakings, and yet the minister has told us nothing about the scale of that, the estimate of that. So while the Secretary of State tells the House that he has no trust and abiding faith in this company, he's also giving himself powers to give whatever sums he deems appropriate to this company. And do we not need more answers before we pass this today?
I wholeheartedly endorse what my right honourable friend has said, because the fact is, and all the new members opposite should be made aware of this, that in the explanatory notes to this bill, which have only just been circulated to colleagues, it makes it very clear, and I'm hearing cries of shame from behind me, the financial implications of this bill. The bill ensures that there is no impact assessment on the finances of this country, and nothing has been prepared for this House while making this decision today. What we do know, Mr. Betts, is that this is a sticking plaster for a steel industry that has a government that in opposition had years to come up with a plan and has led to dither and delay. Ultimately, nothing will change for UK Steel until the government understands the damage unrealistic and impossible net zero by 2050 targets have on British business and industry. Now, we've heard a range of really excellent contributions from my colleagues on this side of the House. From the Father of the House, we heard an excellent exposition of the importance of this industry to his constituents in Lincolnshire and the impact of energy costs on the industry. From the great champion of this industry, my honourable friend, the member for Brigg and Immingham, who has regularly been bringing this issue to the forefront of members' consideration. From my right honourable friend, the member for Goole and Pocklington, from the right honourable member for Chingford and Wood Green, who raised these incredibly important issues about tariffs and China, and then my right honourable friend, the member for Kenilworth and Southam, who raised some very important legal questions. And if I may, Mr. Betts, in the time available to me, raise a few further detailed questions for the Minister to reply when she gets to the dispatch box. The Secretary of State has said that he does not want these powers indefinitely. So why will the benches opposite not back our amendment to implement a sunset clause on this bill? We've also heard from a range of voices in this debate about some of the territorial extent confusion in this legislation. If I look at the legislation itself, I can see that it makes it very clear in terms of territorial extent that it applies to England and Wales only. And yet, under the first clause, it says says the word England very clearly. And the other thing that I would like the Minister to make clear at the dispatch box is that if a new provider were to come into the UK and decide in either England or Wales to set up a new steel-making enterprise, would that new enterprise be covered by the provisions in the legislation today? Can the Minister also tell the House what the Attorney General has advised on compliance with international law, including Article 1, Protocol 1 of the ECHR, the World Trade Organization's subsidies agreement, and the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, particularly with reference to state aid? Now, the Minister this morning was unable to tell the House how much this intervention will cost. The fact is, Mr Betts, that we're being asked this afternoon to sign off on a bottomless pit of money. How often will this House be given an update on how much taxpayer money is being sent into this bottomless pit? Because families across this country are already being hit in the pocket every day. Can the Minister from the dispatch box give the House a ballpark? Are we talking about 100 million a year? Are we talking about $1 billion? Are we talking about more than $1 billion? It is a fact, Mr Speaker, that the government itself has made the situation worse for the steel industry with their determination to put in higher energy prices in this country, higher tax, higher business rates, and where is the steel strategy that they have had 9 months to develop? Because, Mr Speaker, what we can say with certainty about today's legislation, this is no way to govern the country. And what we can see is that whenever Labour negotiates, Britain loses. We can see for ourselves that this is a government that is being controlled by events, and it is not in control of events. And yet, according to the Secretary of State, it's everyone else's problem and nothing to do with them. And, Mr Speaker, this government has treated Parliament with disdain. We've had 9 months of dither and delay for these workers at Scunthorpe. When Labour negotiates, Britain loses. And I look forward to hearing the answers to all those questions from the Minister.
Minister Sarah-Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I begin by thanking honourable members on all sides of the House, not just for participating in this debate, but for returning to this place in these exceptional circumstances. There seems some debate, but I think this is the 6th time since the Second World War that we have met on a Saturday, and only the 2nd time that the House has been recalled on a Saturday, the other time being during the Falklands War. Before I respond to the comments that I have made, I want to echo the point made by my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, in his opening remarks. This government will never hesitate to protect our steel industry. And the thousands of steel workers in this country who built it.
What's your policy, James? Do nothing?
We always said, from the outset of our negotiations with Jinye, that we would keep every option on the table, that we would act in the national interest to protect jobs. UK forged steel built our railways, our bridges and our buildings. It is integral to our economy's future, just as much as it has been to our rich industrial past. That is why we need to pass this legislation today. Now, Mr Speaker, I will try to address as many of the points raised as I can. Honourable members made the argument for British steel. My friend, the Right Honourable Member for Birmingham Hodge Hill, pointed out that 95% of Network Rail steel is from British steel. The Right Honourable friend, the Member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, pointed out that TfL would not get anywhere if it were not for steel. And my friend, the Member for Stockton North, who has such expertise in this House, pointed out that steel is the future, that everything we have is made from or with steel. I can reassure the House that our plan for steel, the £2.5 billion that we that we committed to in the manifesto will work to break down the trade barriers that we have on steel, to consider the new technologies that we can introduce, that will look at all of the new technologies that we need to put in place, and will look across the whole of the UK to make sure we are protecting steel everywhere.
To the Minister for giving way, and she speaks about the whole of the United Kingdom. I'm very pleased that the Government is acting literally at pace for once and stepping in to protect the workers in Scunthorpe in precisely the opposite way that they turned a blind eye to the plight of the workers at Grangemouth, which is also critical national infrastructure, also labouring under energy prices. Why is it that it's one rule for industrial production in England and a different rule for industrial production in Scotland?
Since this government came to power, in the first 10 weeks we negotiated better deal on Port Talbot. We delivered £200 million commitment to secure the future of Grangemouth. We acted last week on the ZEV mandate to secure our automotive industry, and we are acting today to save the workers of Scunthorpe. This government believes in direct action in an active state, securing the future of our industry across the UK. Members raised issues around trade protections. My friend, the member for Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, did so, and I want to reassure her that we will ensure the right trade protections are in place for our steel industry. The concerns were raised about future decisions in terms of whether we move to nationalisation or not, and whether we would come back to this place. Of course, I can reassure the House we will come back to this place if there is any further matter in terms of ownership or otherwise, and we will keep the House updated. Concerns were raised about the reasonable excuse part of the bill and a request for examples of those. The reasonable excuse clause could include things like physical inability or illness or accident, and I think are reasonable and measured in this case. Many members talked about China. Can I ask this House, we are focusing on this company today. We are not focusing on the nation of China. This is about what has happened with British steel, and it is about what this government is going to do in terms of British steel. I would not want this House to believe that the policy of this government is anything other than a belief in free and fair trade, and that includes with China. Can I turn now to the sunset clause amendments and the suggestions in the debate that we should put that into the bill? I want to reiterate what my honourable friend, the Secretary of State, explained in terms of the risk of a hard backstop reducing our leverage, and that was why we have not put a sunset clause in. However, I have heard, and we have heard, the House's concern on this front. So I can confirm we will repeal this legislation as quickly as we can. We will involve the Select Committee, and I can also make this pledge to the House today that we will update the House regularly, and my right honourable friend has committed to do so every 4 working weeks, and I hope that that will give reassurance to the House. I will give
First of all, can I welcome the actions of the government today? Can I thank her for all the hard work she's put in to get us to this place? Does she agree with me that our future industrial strategy must contain an extended section on government procurement for steel, so that British produced steel has a fair crack of the whip in the future?
And I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and of course he's right, procurement has a key role to play in our industrial strategy in steel and beyond, and of course we're working with colleagues in the Cabinet Office to ensure that is the case. The honourable member for Brigg and Immingham, who I speak to regularly on these issues, as does my honourable friend the Secretary of State.
Point of order, Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's reported that Jingi management have been turned away by workers and indeed the Humberside Police today. So can the Minister tell the House whether or not that is the policy of the government to bar Jingi management from going onto the premises?
As the honourable member knows, it's great information, but not quite a point of order. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I am not going to report and comment from the dispatch box on reports that have been made during this debate. But what I will say is that we are actively engaged minute by minute on activities in British Steel, and this, if anything, would underwrite the need for the powers in this bill to be introduced on this day. So I hope all members in this place will introduce this legislation and vote for it today. The member for Brigg and Immingham suggested that we could have moved faster. Can I reassure the House that we do not recall this House lightly? We do it because we have a choice today, and the choice before us is: do we want to deny any possibility of the future of Scunthorpe? Do we want to see the closure of the blast furnaces, or do we want to secure a future for those workers and for those and for primary steel making in this country? I don't think I can give way. The member will forgive me. So I can reassure the member for Brigg and Immingham that we in no way have moved slowly. We have been moving at pace throughout our time in government. There were suggestions that we should move to nationalise British Steel today. There were also suggestions that this bill is already nationalisation. It is not nationalisation, and we are not moving to nationalise British Steel today. We are already taking very significant powers today that we do not underestimate, and this buys us time to have the leverage and the time we need to look at what must be done next. But we will act in the national interest, and as the Prime Minister said yesterday, nothing is off the table. We had a suggestion that we should use the Civil Contingencies Act, which is very difficult to do because it's very hard to meet the criteria, because you have to talk about being at risk of death, so we didn't meet that criteria. But in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I agree with my honourable friend, the member for Sefton Central, who said that economic security and national security are two sides of the same coin. The emergency legislation we brought forward today is essential to protect British Steel, to protect its workforce, and to protect the national interest. This government will never hesitate to act in the national interest to keep Britain secure at home and strong abroad. This legislation is proof of that. Today, we take back control, and I urge all members of this House to vote for this bill.
The question is, the bill will now be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the money resolution to be moved formally. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Under the terms of the business of the House motion, if the bill is read a second time, it's done. Right. Under the House of today, we now move to Committee of the Whole House. Order.
Steel Industry Special Measures Bill.
It might be helpful if I begin by explaining how the committee stage will proceed. A number of amendments have been tabled, published and selected for debate. The amendment paper and selection list are available in the vote office. However, because it is now after 2 p.m, there is no time available for debate. Amendments which are not debated are not subsequently selected for separate decision. Point of order, Alex Burkhardt.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is obviously deeply regrettable that the government wasn't prepared for the eventualities that it's faced. We know they weren't because the bill wasn't ready until 9:30 this morning. And an obvious admission from the bill is a sunset clause. And many members here today have spoken in favour of a sunset clause, and indeed ministers opposite have suggested that they want this legislation to be time limited. Consequently, it's deeply regrettable that it sounds as though the House will not have an opportunity to vote on a sunset clause. Can you advise the House whether there is anything that can be done at this stage to ensure that we get a vote on Amendment 1 and/or Amendment New Clause 2?
can I thank the Right Honourable Member for his point of order. He will know that it is a long-standing practice that the Chair does not select for separate decision any proposition which has not been debated. It is therefore not possible for any of the amendments or new clauses to be called at this stage. Under the terms of the paragraphs 5 and 8 of today's Business of the House order, I must therefore now put a single question that all of the clauses stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 10 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Whip to report. Oh, no. Order, order. That concludes the proceedings in committee.
Amen. Order. Whip to report.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the bill and directs me to report.
Under the order of the House today, I must put forthwith the question on third reading. The question is that the bill now be read a third time. The question is that the bill now be read a third time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. Order. Under the order of the House today, I may not adjourn the House until any messages from the Lords on the bill has been received, and I have reported the royal assent of any act agreed upon both Houses. The House is accordingly suspended until the House has received a message from the House of Lords about the amendments to the bill, until the Speaker is able to signify royal assent. I will arrange for the division bells to ring for a message to appear on the annunciator a few minutes before the sitting is resumed. Order.